East African governments be intentional in establishing strong monitoring and evaluation systems, very independent monitoring and evaluation systems. You don't have to wait for anti-corruption, State House anti-corruption. You don't have to wait for any other public institutions. You have so many institutions, and you can't have one body that is checking all these public institutions. So, independent monitoring and evaluation systems in each institution, and proper funding, and emphasizing the need for integrity in carrying out the monitoring and evaluation. I think that is going to go a long way, helping in accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasper Ekwire. I want to thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and the honorable student leaders from East Africa, with our key host being Right Honorable Chinkumo. Ladies and gentlemen, the great leaders of this country and the future of this continent, I thank you so much for the great audience. My name is Oremo Dwe. It has been good discussing with you the key question of public accountability in public offices. It's been nice. I want to wish you the very best of the rest of the programs coming in this very great, important day that we shall be discussing the future of our country, the continent, and the globe, perhaps. But before I leave this platform, she has been saying, the Right Honorable has been saying that people have been trying their best. Makererians have been protesting, young people have been protesting on these issues, but after 1 week, they dropped the struggle. So probably they don't have the resilience to push until action is done, until results are seen. So I want to call my sister from Nairobi University to bring for us the anointing. Kindly bless the young people with the spirit of revolution from Kenya as we close this panel discussion this morning. You have 1 minute to bless the young people of Uganda, to ask for accountability. Thank you very much.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades viva. Where is the future? Here with us. Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades viva. Where is the future? Where is the future? I implore you to take responsibility. Go out, be the voice. You have your phones. They are powerful tools. Social media is a powerful tool for shaping perception and fostering dialogue. So let's continue to demand for accountability. We know our rights. We know what we want. Where is the future?
Here.
Where is the future?
Here.
I implore you to be ambassadors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the great audience. I want to pray that God blesses our country, East Africa, and the continent. My name is Oremo Odwe, aspiring youth member of parliament, Northern Uganda. I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. It's been an excellent panel. Definitely our country, our continent, and our community is in great hands, right? From the different submissions that have been given, and they have been talking about accountability, which is still a great question for the day. So without further ado, we're going to have Justice Simon Mugenyi Byamkama, who is the chairman of the Electoral Commission. Let's put our hands together as he comes up. We are very young people, so we still have energy to clap, right? Thank you.
Thank you, MC. These protocol things. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is representing the President of Uganda. Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of the Republic of Kenya. The Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, the former Prime Minister of Uganda. Our elder, Senior Presidential Advisor, Honorable Matthew Kekeire, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, the executive and team of the Guild Leadership Academy, all guild leaders present, led by the host guild president of Makerere University, the visiting delegations from neighboring countries, youth leaders from the National Youth Council, staff of Makerere University and other visiting universities, all students, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I've passed the mark for the game. First of all, I would like to commend the Guild President's Leadership Academy for having invited me to speak at this second annual Guild Leaders Summit 2025. This being my second time to receive such invitation, I'm extremely honored and humbled. And on behalf of the Electoral Commission, I bring you salutations. I also commend all the youth, both leaders and professionals, who are assembled here from across the East African region and Africa at large, for your desire to participate and engage in this vital summit. More importantly, allow me to recognize and commend our senior peers in our midst, the men and women who have made invaluable contributions to their respective countries at leadership or professional level. It is because of the positive foundations they laid have enabled us to be here, I believe. The topic of my presentation or address is Youth and Elections, Driving Participation and Accountability for a Democratic Future. Is, in my view, appropriately derived from the theme of this year's summit, Leadership with Integrity, Building Foundations for Good Governance in East Africa. It is therefore a privilege to stand before a room filled with the heartbeat of our future, young leaders, filled with such vibrant energy, passion, and purpose, citizens who will shape the democratic landscapes of your respective countries tomorrow. You are the architects of our collective tomorrow as East Africa and Africa in general. And today, we gather under a powerful theme, Leadership with Integrity, as we reflect on how we, as a generation, can drive participation and accountability for a democratic future. Remember this, you are not leaders in waiting, but leaders in motion. Democracy at its best is not driven from the podiums, but from the people. Article 1 of our Ugandan Constitution clearly recognizes the inviolability of the people's sovereignty. It says, I quote, "All power belongs to the people, who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with the Constitution. All authority in the state emanates from the people of Uganda, and the people shall be governed through their will and consent. The people shall express this will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free, and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda." Although I'm not acquainted with the constitutions of the other East African member states, I want to believe the principle of the people's sovereignty cuts across. Article 61 of our Constitution enjoins the Electoral Commission of Uganda to conduct free and fair elections so as to give purpose and life to the sovereign power of the people as enshrined in Article 1 above. However, many have expressed skepticism on whether elections in many parts of Africa are indeed free and fair, and such voices have also been heard here in Uganda. But what is a free and fair election? The concept of a free and fair election is not defined in our Constitution or any act of parliament. It is the Supreme Court of Uganda in Presidential Election Petition number 1, 2001, that made an attempt to define what is a free and fair election or what it comprises. And it stated, I quote, "To ensure that elections are free and fair, there should be sufficient time for all stages of the elections: nominations, campaigns, voting, and counting of votes. Candidates should not be deprived of their right to stand for elections, and citizens to vote for candidates of their choice through unfair manipulation of the process by electoral officials. There must be a leveling of the ground so that the incumbents or government ministers and officials do not have an unfair advantage. The entire election process should have an atmosphere free of intimidation, bribery, violence, coercion, or anything intended to subvert the will of the people. The election procedures should guarantee the secrecy of the ballot, accuracy of counting, and the announcement of results in a timely manner. End of quote. The above definition highlights one critical aspect, and that is the attainment of a free and fair election is an embodiment of the participatory role of every individual organization, or organization or state agencies who have a role to play in the entire electoral processes within the confines of the law and for the common good of the country. But democracy is not a spectator sport. You are not mere cheerleaders or cheerleaders. Democracy thrives when we all show up, when we participate, when we question, when we hold power accountable, and when we lead not for applause, but with a purpose and principle. Your voice, your vote, your values, they all matter. They shape policies, shift cultures, and hold power to account. The youth are called upon to guard against the threats or dangers of our democratic pursuit, the evils of political corruption, that is bribing voters, over-commercialization of elections, violence, intolerance, bordering or culminating into acidic hatred of the individuals we perceive as standing in our pursuit of democratic goals, or hatred of the entire tribal clan the individuals belong to. We even celebrate when they pass, or some of them pass on. In a world flooded with influencers, what we need are influential people of principle. People who lead not just with charisma, but with character. People who not only blindfold others with the failings of the system, but who encourage you to look out for the silver lining on the dark cloud. People who understand that credibility is earned slowly and lost instantly. With your collective vibe, energy, and voice, the youth can be influencers of principle. Yes, you can, and I want you to know it today. The 2026 general elections in Uganda are an opportunity for the youth in Uganda to stand up and show up. The general elections that will follow in other member states are an opportunity for the youth in those countries also to stand up and show up. Leadership with integrity isn't just about being honest. It is about consistency between what you say and what you do. It is about showing up even when no one is watching. And it is about owning the consequences of your actions, especially when it is hard. But in order for all this to have meaning and drive, we must be imbued with a mindset of belonging and responsibility to our respective countries. For Uganda's case, the Constitution does not only confer rights and freedoms to a citizen, but also imposes duties and obligations, namely, and I will highlight them, to be patriotic and loyal to Uganda, For Uganda's case, the Constitution does not only confer rights and freedoms to a citizen, although the greater emphasis by civil society organizations, by stakeholders, by pundits, is on the rights and freedoms of the citizens or the individual. However, the same Constitution also imposes duties and obligations on its citizens. It says, citizens, it is the duty of every citizen to be patriotic and loyal to Uganda and promote its well-being, to engage in gainful work for the good of that individual or citizen, the family and the common good, and to contribute to national development, to contribute to the well-being of the community where that citizen lives, to promote responsible parenthood, to foster national unity and live in harmony with others, to promote democracy and the rule of law, and to acquaint himself or herself with the provisions of the Constitution and uphold and defend the Constitution and the law. Real participation begins with each one of us being cognizant of our duties and obligations to our
members. Let's rise to welcome Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, together with the fourth former President of the Republic of Kenya. May I invite the MDD team to come and lead us through the anthems. We will have the Uganda anthem, the Kenya anthem, East African anthem, and Makerere University anthem, in that order. Let's all stand up for the anthems.
In thy heart, united, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Oh, Uganda, the land of freedom, our the great Makerere, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing arise, Makerere, rise up and rise, high up and high, all voices singing arise, Makerere, 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 we build for the future, the great Makerere, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Our chief guest, the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, I'm a Ugandan through and through. Our chief guest, the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo, the Prime Minister Emeritus of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, the Senior Presidential Advisor, Honorable Matthew Ruchikaire, the Chairperson of Electoral Commission of Uganda, Justice Simon Byabakama, who was presenting here as you came in, and who we shall give a few minutes to finalize on his presentation, which is the keynote. The Chair of Makerere University Council, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and your teaching staff, development partners representatives here present, executive of Guild Presidents Academy, all of you in your various capacities, all the guild leaders here present, all the visiting delegations of students and guild leadership, youth leaders from the National Youth Council of Uganda, led by their leader, Kichoncho Brenda, students in your various capacities, allow me to say you're most welcome to this premier university in East Africa, in Africa, when we hold the second annual Guild Leaders Summit 2025. You can clap for all yourselves and for God blessing all of you to come here. Our chief guest and Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the theme of this Guild Leaders Summit is Leaders with Integrity, Building Foundation for Good Governance in East Africa. And in the discussions that we had with the guild leaders and their organization, they noted that there is no any other better leader than the former President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, to be amidst them. He is young, humble, social, fun-loving, approachable, and most importantly, a God-fearing leader. He is willing to serve all regardless of their status. He is a peace builder, and some of the leaders said they do not forget when even the times that Kenya had challenges, that the president would kneel down in church and ask God for his favor to bring peace to the good, loving people of Kenya and indeed to East Africa. And to make it all the icing on the cake, as he served his last term, he decided, in yet another expression of peace love, to reach out to his old political foe, and for the sake of peace in Kenya, he decided to stand with a political foe. The leaders note that this is a kind of leader with integrity who should come and inspire them as they endeavor to also build their leadership capacities. My Vice President, before you came, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama, had already started on delivering his keynote address. It is only fair that we give him 2 minutes, Justice, to come and finish your presentation. I think 2-3 minutes will not be a bad one, and then we go to the other presentations as the lineup dictates. As Justice comes, allow me also introduce my colleague, Hannah Teresa. Come forward and let the former President of Kenya and our Vice President see you. She is my co-MC, and she has been doing a wonderful job. She is the Gender Minister at the Makerere University Business School. Hannah, you can say hello to the guests.
Thank you so much. A good morning, everyone in this room. Thank you for coming, the chief guest, the Vice President, the Emeritus Prime Minister, in all your different capacities. We appreciate your presence in this place, and the future of this continent is in this room, yeah? The future leaders of our continent, if we want to drive change, if we want to see our continent go to a greater level, it starts with you and me. Thank you so much.
Let's now put our hands once again and welcome Justice Byabakama to finish on his presentation, and we move ahead in that order. You're most welcome back, sir.
Well, I've been allotted 2 minutes, but in the law, there's a process of seeking a leave for extension of time. Your Excellencies, I had already recognized you in absentia, so allow me to proceed in the interest of time. I had just presented on the issue that for the youth to appropriately appreciate their role in the democratic processes of their respective countries, they must also be cognizant not only of the rights and freedoms conferred upon them by the constitutions of their respective countries, but also of the duties and obligations imposed by those constitutions towards their countries. Real participation begins with each one of us being cognizant of our duties and obligations to our respective countries, taking tangible steps to live, actualize, and intentionally bring to life or reality those duties and obligations. And this can appropriately be summed up in one word: ownership. When we live, actualize, and practice those duties and obligations, then we are owning up our countries. We must individually cultivate in our psyche a sense of feeling of ownership. Question: the democratic future we dream of is not guaranteed. It will be won or lost by the choices we make today. So how can the young people drive participation and accountability? 1, love your country and Africa in general. Let us build linkages of engagement with our fellow youth on issues that are pertinent to the emancipation of our race and our continent. Let's promote value systems, not only discussing football with the fan of Man U in Nigeria and Ghana and so on and so forth. Get to know the journey your country has traveled. Nation building is a continuous process as society evolves. What is your contribution? Secondly, get informed. Stay curious. Democracy begins with knowledge. Read beyond the headlines. Ask tough questions. Seek truth, not trends. Thirdly, show up and speak out. Whether it is at the ballot box, a public gathering or meeting, or on social media, get involved. Your participation amplifies impact. Do not shun elections. Mobilize your fellow youth who are no longer in institutions of learning to become actively positive in the affairs of their communities and their country. Fourthly, hold power accountable, including your own. While it is easy to point fingers, you should realize that real accountability starts with you. If you want to lead with integrity, start by keeping your own promises. Fifthly, build, don't just critique. Do not merely protest, but also propose. Be the generation that not only challenges the system, but reincarnates or reinvents it. The solution does not lie in mere sloganeering. Let the force of your anger and discontent be channeled into something productive, just like the ferocious waters of waterfall are harnessed into generation of power. When the chorus around you is one of failure, doom, and gloom, etc., do not join the chorus. Let your voice be one of hope. When there is general outcry of unemployment among our youth, let's ask ourselves whether one is able to do something in the prevailing circumstances outside the formal setup of employment. We cannot build a democratic future with passive hope. We need active hope, the kind that organizes, listens, learns, the kind that promotes dialogue and constructive engagement, the kind that seeks to promote, preserve, and uphold the peace in your country. True participation is inclusive, continuous, and informed. Organize, mobilize, and educate others. Most importantly, listen to those with divergent views and attempt to change them through persuasion, not confrontation. Remember, peace and stability are critical pillars in guaranteeing investment, business, and trade in the country and the East African region. We must therefore make a collective effort to ensure that nothing disrupts the peaceful environment that exists in our countries. The stability of our countries is crucial to our prosperity, for it allows free movement of goods and people in the respective countries. I implore you to be agents of peace. Be the eternal or perpetual optimist in the midst of the challenges. As the great Shaka Sali used to say, get better, not bitter. Personally, my persona for optimism was shaped by the cumbersome challenges I encountered in my youth, during and after university. If I may just highlight a few in the interest of time. By the time I joined university, Makerere University in 1977, things were dire, terrible. My hall was the Great Lumumba Hall. For some reason, Elephant Soye, for some reason, Lumumba always had no water. It always had no water. All right. I recognize you. For some reason, it always had no water. But there was one hall at university which always had water, University Hall. So when Lumumba had no water, the elephants used to trek from Lumumba Hall to university for a shower, for a bath in the evening. I want you to imagine that situation. I don't know whether by the time we walked back would be cleaner than when we went for the shower. I don't know. But we did not allow those situations to break our resolve. And the other thing that I remember very clearly, I think for all the 3 years I was in Lumumba Hall, in our dining hall, we never tasted sugar at all. It was not there. I remember we used to have dry black tea for breakfast and evening tea. But we lived, and here we are. Now, Other than permitting ourselves to wallow in continual frustration, despair, and disenchantment, you must develop a wall of resilience and steel determination, driven by hope that no situation is permanent. Things will one day get better. Despite those challenges, we executed our duties to the best of our abilities. Therefore, your detestable and desirable dire circumstances are not your Waterloo or destiny. What determines your destiny is whether you choose to allow the dire circumstances to shape your mindset into a state of perpetual hopelessness, despair, surrender, and total discouragement. Remember, every generation has its peculiarities. By cultivating and developing resilience and determination, one learns to be innovative despite the internal and external obstacles and to emerge from all odds a successful person. Be optimistic even when events and circumstances around you are to the contrary. Listen, when you lead with integrity, when you demand accountability, and when you participate with purpose, you don't just change the system, you become the system's best hope. When you lead with integrity, you don't just occupy a position, you inspire a generation. You are not just the hope of a democratic future, you are its architects. In conclusion, let us therefore build a democratic future where youth participation is not an exception but the norm. Let us demand accountability from others, but from ourselves as well. We should ask our individual selves, am I living the values I preach? Am I using my influence to uplift, not to dominate? Do I speak the truth even when it is inconvenient? Let us therefore lead not for power, but with a purpose. Africa does not need perfect leaders. In any case, we don't have perfect human beings, but principled ones. And let us remember always that integrity is not a destination, it is a daily choice. It is doing what is right, even when others are not watching. The future is not something that we inherit, it is something we create. Let your generation not be the generation that watches democracy dim or go on the decline, but let this generation be that rekindles it with integrity, one voice, one vote, and one act of courage at a time. And with your voice, your values, and your vision, the future of East Africa and Africa is indeed in powerful hands. Let me just comment on one statement the Guild President of the Republic of the Guild President of the University of Rwanda made. He made something fundamental. Said, for those of us who are holding public offices, I think our sense of accountability and integrity should be driven by one factor, or fact, that you are holding a public office for a while. You will cease to be what you are in that public office, but you will never cease to be a citizen of that country. And therefore, all our actions, all our decisions we're making should be driven by the kind of country you want to come to live in when you cease to occupy public office. I thank you for your kind attention. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Electoral Commission. May I now take this opportunity to invite the Executive Director of the Guild President's Leadership Academy, Mr. Masesa Demiano, to come and formally welcome us to this summit. Let's give him a better clap to energize him. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Charles. Before I continue, like the tradition is, I need to invite my team here because this is the only chance you should be seen as the people that have been behind this organizing. Where is my organizing team? The entire organizing team use about 1 minute to be here, a few seconds. And I also would want to use some opportunity to invite the Guild President of Makerere University to come and stand here with me. And the Guild President of Makerere University Business School. Organizing team. While the organizing team convenes here, I want to give a few minutes to the Guild President of Makerere University to say a word. He was off the program because he had council meeting that, of course, it was an important engagement for him and the university, and he has to be sworn into the council. So he had sent in apologies way back. But I'm happy that through the VC, he has decided to join us. And Mr. President, I would want to give you the platform to speak to us, then we proceed.
Makerere, Makerere, a winning girl, a losing Z, intimidation Z, avalala Z, ra, cha, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol is entirely to omit. To omit is to offend. As a disciplined African young man, I will not offend any of our guests today, but to recognize you in your different capacities and greet you in the name of the Almighty Lord. Good morning. My name is Sentamo Churchill James. I am a second-year student pursuing a bachelor's degree in social sciences. I am the 91st Guild President of Makerere University, what was formerly known as University of East Africa. I've gotten to know that from Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. Ladies and gentlemen, I equally join my voice with the different voices that have welcomed you all, but I would equally want to associate myself with the already established protocol and welcome you all in your different capacities. Thank you very much for sparing your time to come and really grace this function. The young people in this building are very, very pleased to have you today. Your Excellencies, just like Nelson Mandela said, that the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, I beg to object that in our current continent, the youth of today are the leaders of today. I equally stand before you today, not only as the Guild President of Makerere University, but as a representative of the voice, dreams, and determination of the youths in Uganda, and indeed of East Africa. Just like you said, Makerere University was University of East Africa before we had all the other universities and before it became Makerere University, that is around 1963. It is both an honor and a duty to speak at this summit, a gathering of young leaders bound by a shared vision for our nations, our continent, and our future. Malcolm X once said that the future belongs to those who prepare for it today, and I believe we are on the right due course to prepare for our future. Ladies and gentlemen, we the youth are no longer leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders of today in our universities, communities, and even households. We are shaping narratives, challenging norms, and demanding for better. And as we gather here, we are reminded that leadership is not about the titles we hold, but the change we create. Makerere University, as the oldest and most prestigious institution in the region, I beg your pardon, holds a proud legacy of producing leaders who have shaped this continent and the region at large, from heads of state to change makers in each and every astounding field. But even as we celebrate the past, we must confront the realities of today. Our generation faces great challenges unemployment continues to undermine our indeed established potential. Education systems, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, are struggling to adapt to the digital age. Mental health is often overlooked and has become a very silent crisis. And across the region, the youth feel unheard in national policy and decision-making processes. But we are not here to lament, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to lead and be proprietors of the change we rightly believe in. We call upon our national leaders present through you, Madam President, partner with us not only as beneficiaries of development. It is at this juncture that I would equally want to respond to Muzei, Chairperson, Electoral Commission, that Makerere University students don't know ballot papers. With the able stewardship of our administration today, we use an online voting system which would really benefit the country. It is at this juncture that I informally request you to accept my cabinet, meet you, and have you benchmark the voting process at Makerere University that has seen many leaders today. We, in the long run, are co-creators of solutions, invest not just in infrastructure, but in innovation, not just in programs, but in people. To my fellow guild presidents and student leaders, as I wind up, let this summit not be the end of a conversation, but the beginning of a movement. Let us return to our campuses, our jurisdictions with renewed purpose, to advocate, to mobilize, and serve with integrity. Let us build bridges across borders, Mr. President, share ideas and stand united in our diversity, because the future of East Africa is not written by one nation alone, but by the unity of many. Let me end with the words of Franz Fanon, who spoke and said, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Mr. President and our guests today, we are not the reincarnated Judas Iscariots of today, but we are leaders like you that are ready to take on our mantle and fulfill our missions. We build for the future, for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, represented by the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, our chief guest, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament present, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps present, the EU, Vice Chancellor and your University Administration, student leaders and delegates from across East Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you all to the second annual Guild Leaders Summit 2025, convened here at the historic Makerere University, a cradle of African leadership, and organized by the Guild President's Leadership Academy. Your Excellencies, allow me to begin by expressing heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, our chief guest, for honoring us with your presence. Your legacy as a Pan-African statesman and advocate for youth development continues to inspire many across the continent. We thank you for your belief and potential of the young people. To our, who is supposed to have been the guest of honor, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, thank you for always championing the voice of the youth in Uganda and for supporting platforms like this that enable dialogue, reflection, and transformation. Your continued presence here today signals the importance of youth in shaping national and regional destiny. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, this summit is born out of an urgent need and a need to provide student leaders with more than just platforms to speak, but with skills, mentorship, and opportunities to act. We are cultivating leadership that does not stop at popularity, but grows into service, sacrifice, and impact. Last year, we had the honor of hosting His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, at our inaugural summit. The conversations sparked in this auditorium last year have led to real collaborations, mentorship circles, and strengthened the East African Guild Leaders Network that are in this room. This year, we continue to build on that legacy. And it's from this point that I need to just allow the visiting guild presidents from the other universities to stand up for recognition, from Tanzania, from Kenya, and Kigali. So we have the Institute of Finance Management Students Organization of Dar es Salaam represented. We have the University Lay Adventist of Kigali represented here, yes, Rodrigue. We have the University of Rwanda. We have the University of Kigali. We have the University of Nairobi. And in a special way, they've also been escorted by the Dean of Students. Yeah. Yeah. And the Dean of Students said that they want to copy and paste exactly what is happening here in Kampala today to take it to Nairobi. I hope with your support, Your Excellency, they will be able to achieve it. We have the Adventist University of Central Africa. We have the East African University of Rwanda. Yeah, and we have Kepler College. Yeah, have I left out any? No. So you can wave to the rest of us. Thank you, you can have your seat. You should have come here, but due to the reasons of time. With participants representing universities across Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and South Sudan, this summit is clear demonstration that East Africa's youth are ready to lead together across borders and beyond differences. Our theme this year, Leadership with Integrity, Building Foundations for Good Governance in East Africa, challenges us to return to the roots of leadership, not as pursuit of privilege, but as a call to responsibility. In times where corruption, exclusion, and instability threaten our region, we must raise leaders whose character is strong as their voice. As a Guild Presidents Leadership Academy, our mission is clear: to equip the student leaders with values, tools, and networks they need to lead not just during their campus days, but throughout their careers and lifetimes. To our partners, our sponsors and supporters, thank you. Your investment in this initiative is an investment in the future of East Africa. We especially thank Makerere University for hosting us once again on this prestigious campus. To the Guild Presidents and delegates, this summit is yours. May you listen, learn, connect, and be transformed. Let it be a turning point not only in your leadership journey, but in the story you will write for your nations and your communities. Let us go forth and build a region where integrity guides leadership, democracy empowers citizens, and youth lead with purpose. God bless you all. God bless East Africa. I want to also use this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Nagwiri Rose. She is the Guild President of Makerere University Business School. As the Guild Presidents you saw here, standing by those also across Uganda that were able to attend the meeting, our pre-summit meeting yesterday, we drafted a declaration, which we call the Makerere University Declaration. That will be more of an advocacy tool for us as young leaders in East Africa to champion the cause for East Africa, integration, and much more. So I want to invite you, Madam President, to read us that declaration.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rose Nagwiri, the second female guild president of Makerere University Business School after a period of 13 years. I also served as a former Vice Guild President in the 27th government and continue to champion the youth's interests as a delegate in the 7th National Youth Parliament. We, the student leaders from universities across the East African community, gather at Makerere University for the Guild Leaders Summit 2025 under the esteemed presence of His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the 4th President of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rukunda, Guild President's Leadership Academy Patron, and Honorable Matthew Rukaikure, the advisor. Hereby reaffirm our commitment to fostering East African integration, recognizing the historical, social, cultural, and economic ties that bind us together. We declare our dedication to the vision of a united, prosperous, and stable East African region. We, the Guild Presidents and student leaders of East Africa, we affirm our roles as young leaders. We acknowledge the critical role that youth play in shaping the future of the East African community, to actively participating in regional integration efforts, economic development, and social progress. We recognize that the success of integration depends on active involvement of young people in the governance, leadership, and innovation. We commit to advancing educational exchange and collaboration. We call for a greater collaboration between universities and institutions within the East African community to foster for academic exchange programs, joint research initiatives, and harmonization of crucial roles. We urge our government and the academic institutions to prioritize creating opportunities for the students to study, intern, and collaborate across borders within the East African community. We, as the guild leaders and student leaders in the East African region, call for economic empowerment of the youths. We emphasize the importance of youth entrepreneurship and innovation in driving East African economic growth. We urge governments, development partners, and the private sector to invest in youth-friendly policies and programs that promote startups, access financing, and mentorship of the young entrepreneurs. We would also want to promote regional mobility and employment. We encourage the East African community and member states to implement policies that facilitate the free movement of students, labor, and goods across borders in the line of the East African Protocol on the free movement of persons. We call for a greater access to employment opportunities for the young people across the region through regional job creation initiatives and harmonization of the employment standards. We would want to uphold peace and security in the region. We commit to promoting peace and security and stability in the East African region, actively participating in conflict resolution, civic education, and a dialogue initiative that aim to foster unity and understanding among region's diverse populations. We call upon East African members to work together to resolve conflicts and ensure the safety and security of all citizens. Advance gender equality and women emancipation. We recognize the pivotal role of women in the region integration and call for gender-sensitive policies that empower women and girls, including their leadership roles, education, and economic opportunities. We encourage youth leaders to advocate for gender equality in their respective countries and institutions. Support the regional infrastructure development. We support regional initiatives aimed at improving transport, communication, and digital infrastructure to facilitate easier trade movement, and connectivity across East Africa. We urge our governments to accelerate the development of critical regional projects, including railways, roads, internet connectivity, which are essential for integration. Championing environmental sustainability. We are committed to promoting environmental conservation and climate action across the East African community. We call for youth-led initiatives and climate change adaptations, renewable energy, and conservation, and urge the regional governments to integrate sustainable development principles into national and regional policies. We would love to strengthen civic participation and democracy. We stand for the promotion of democratic government, rule of law, and human rights in the East African region. We encourage the active participation of young people in the political processes and advocate for transparent, accountable, and inclusive governance at all levels. And lastly, we would want to engage with regional institutions and bodies. We resolve to engage with the East African community, its organs, and other regional institutions to advocate for the integration agenda. We commit to working closely with policymakers, civil society, and the private sector to achieve the objectives outlined in the East African Treaty. In a nutshell, we designed the guild presidents and the student leaders to believe in the promise of a united and integrated East Africa. Through this Makerere University Declaration of 2025, we commit ourselves to being the driving force behind the full realization of the East African integration agenda. We pledge to continue advocating for policies and initiatives that will enable the youths of East Africa to thrive and contribute meaningfully to the region's development. We urge our governments, our regional bodies, and international partners to support these efforts and to work collaboratively towards the shared goal and prosperous united East African community. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Bwana Odonko, for inviting us here, and also for the guests for coming. Let's enjoy the rest of the day, and we look forward to our chief guest's speech. My colleagues, Natasha, Patience, Kato Laban, most people have been in touch with Kato. He's been the person behind mobilizing. Of course, the Vice President, Jagwe has also been one of our team. There are the other team members that are out there, Amponda and Akashas, that are doing other administrative works. We thank you so much for honoring our invitation. This is the second summit. We hope for more. Asante sana. Karibu.
Let's give our young leaders a more befitting hand clap. They deserve all the applause given the potential that they have exhibited here, and we thank you all once again. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the High Commissioner of Kenya to Uganda. He's here. I'm told he was here with us. No? Someone saw a wrong person. The Deputy Head of EU Delegation in Uganda. Deputy Head of EU Delegation in Uganda, thank you very much. We also have the leaders of the Association of All Kenyan Students in Uganda, AKESU, and the leaders, Sister Mary Njuguna and Mureithi Masi are here, and they are very excited to see you, His Excellency Uhuru. Thank you very much. We also have the leadership of the Guild League here present. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, to come and speak to you. You're most welcome, sir. It It's okay if you want to energize a person coming to speak. Don't feel shy about it. Feel free. Let's enjoy this occasion.
Your Excellency, Jessica Alupo, the Vice President of Uganda, representing the President of Uganda, Your Excellency, President Emeritus of the Republic of Kenya, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Prime Minister Emeritus of Uganda, Right Honorable Hakana Rugunda, who is also the patron of the Guild President's Leadership Academy, and more importantly, my OB, Honorable Matthew Kikaire, the Presidential Advisor and the former Guild President of Makerere University. Justice Gavakama, Chairperson of the EC, Excellencies, the Ambassadors and the High Commissioners, Your Excellency, the Guild President, Sentamu Churchill, and all the Guild Presidents present, all the student leaders here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mother University. I am saying this is the Mother University because it was the first, and for a very long time, the only university in the entire East and the Central African region. All the other universities are our children. And Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, you told me this morning that you didn't know that your father was the first recipient of a degree from Makerere University. Because on 29th June 1963, the University of East Africa was born out of Makerere, which had been a college of the University of London. So becoming a full university was on 29th June 1963, when the Chancellor at that time, who was President Nyerere, conferred the first honorary degree of Bachelor of Laws to President Jomo Kenyatta. So he was the first recipient of a degree at Makerere University. Makerere University has come of age. Of course, we were at the vanguard of training the leaders for independence. Almost the entire East African leadership in the struggle for independence were trained here at Makerere University. Almost the entire cabinets of the 3 East African countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, were trained at Makerere University, the independence cabinets. And up to now, almost the entire cabinet of Uganda and the entire parliament are trained at Makerere University. At that time, Makerere University was training leaders to move our people out of the chains of colonialism. And indeed, we achieved that. We trained leaders to manage our post-independence countries with the challenges we had at the time. And I think we did a good job. But Makerere now is training leaders as, in a way, His Excellency Sentamu has said, to solve the problems of today. Many people tend to think that all problems will be solved by politics. It is not true. Leaders do not necessarily have to be politicians. Leaders are at every stage of life in a community. And therefore, for us at Makerere, we are designing our programs, our research to address the challenges that Africa faces today. These include our very high population growth, the climate change, which affects Africa worst of all, the issues of new diseases that are emerging in Africa that we did not have in the past, issues around food security, and conflict resolution and others. This is what these young leaders must address. And I think just Vyavakama told them, they are the leaders that are going to move Africa out of our chains of poverty. The biggest enemy we must fight in Africa is poverty. Our people are still living marginalized in very poor conditions. And wherever you are as a leader, that should be your first concern. We as Africans must know that nobody is going to come from out there and develop us. We can have friends who give a hand, but the responsibility of us transforming our continent, moving our people out of poverty is ours. And it is yours, you, the young leaders. You should always remember that. And I would like to thank you, President Uhuru, because your statement about what Trump was doing went around when he said, why are you complaining? Is that your uncle? Okay. You look after your own problems. Why do you think he's going to solve your problems? That was a very strong statement. We want to thank you very much. Once again, welcome back, and of course, Your Excellency, Vice President, welcome back to your alma mater. We are happy to see you back, and thank you for representing the President. I would like to once again welcome all of you to Makerere University and urge you, the leaders, to discuss the issues that affect our continent, our region of East Africa, with intellect. And that's why I must tell you that for us at Makerere University, we said we cannot waste our best brains on the continent in unending riots and strikes. When shall we think for the continent? Our guild has, for the last 5 years, been at the leadership of transforming Makerere into an intellectual powerhouse so that people can address and debate issues intellectually and look for solutions for our continent. I wish you a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be a representative of the EU ambassador in Uganda, the representative of His Excellency Young Sadak. May I invite the deputy to come and present that? And as he comes forward, I want to put my colleague on notice, Hannah, and the panel that is supposed to come here immediately after this presentation. Be ready so that we don't waste time. You're most welcome, Deputy EU.
Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa, shikamo. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta, Excellency Vice President Jessica Lupo, Right Honorable Rugunda, Honorable Matthew Ruchikaire, Justice Vyavakama, Vice Chancellor, dear colleagues, dear Guild Presidents, members of the Guild President Leadership Academy, dear student leaders, ni heshima kubwa kwangu kuwapa leo. It's a great honor for me to speak today here at Makerere University, which has formed some of the greatest leaders and minds of this continent, as said by the Vice Chancellor today. I mean, it carries more than a symbolic weight for all of us. And for me, who used to be a student in Kiswahili and East African language and civilization 20 years ago in France, this space resonates with intellectual ambitions, and it's where it meets civic responsibility. This place and this gathering speak to a deeper idea of leadership, one that is rooted in craft, in transmission, and in duty. And it's a profound honor to share the stage with such esteemed personalities, to try to inspire while continuing to be inspired. And that will be at the core of my speech today. And I want to extend my gratitude to the Gale President Leadership Academy, to GIZ for supporting this event, for convening this platform which unites young leaders from across Uganda and East Africa. The very word guild also holds deep meaning. Historically, guilds were associations governed by ethics and skills. It was community of belonging, community of mutual accountability. Guilds upheld standards, they defend integrity, and they pass responsibility from one generation to the next. That is your role today. You are not only managing student affairs, you are part of a tradition of stewardship. In an era where shortcuts too often substitute for strategy, your role is foundational. Makerere has shaped individuals who later shaped nations. It is fitting that we gather here today to reflect on leadership with integrity. This is not a slogan, it's a test. And leaders, especially those who meant to be in East Africa, as you are, must be ready to pass it. So today I will reflect on 5 essential elements of leadership with integrity that will resonate very much with what Justice Byabakama presented you earlier. But the key message is that be a leader for what you want to be, not for what you want to have. Integrity in leadership begins with authenticity, being true to oneself and to values. As students, as leaders, you will have to build your own convictions. You will have to adhere to those convictions and uphold them. But yet, you will have to remain open to contradiction and to debate. Julius Nyerere, one of the most famous students of Makerere, exemplified leadership anchored in conviction. Authenticity through coherence between vision and actions. And as Mwalimu was walking the ground of this university, he absorbed knowledge, but more important, he developed a vision of leadership, as service rather than domination. And his words did align in a way that earned enduring trust and respect. Nobody really respects anyone who doesn't respect himself, as Nyerere said. But the respect of others is worth nothing unless you respect yourself. This insight captures the essence of authenticity, the alignment of our inner values with our outer actions, regardless of who is watching. We live in an age of spectacle, of showing off and speaking loudly. Yet, authentic leadership is quiet. It resists opportunism, it listens before it speaks, it prefers empathy over self-promotion. Leadership with integrity is courage in action, resilience in the face of adversity. Wangari Maathai, another student of Makerere University, courageously empowered communities, proving that principled actions, even in adversity, can inspire transformative change. It's the little things we do that makes the difference, she used to say. It's the way we act when no one is watching. Her courage was not measured in grand gestures, but in consistent, principled actions that ultimately change landscape, both physical and political ones. Leadership is not a prize, it's actually a burden born with discipline. A courageous leader stands firm when expedience will suggest compromise, speak truth when silence will be easier, keep ease or awards when dignity is to be safeguarded, and serves when self-interest will dictate otherwise. Great leadership is not marked by grandiosity, but by humility and convictions, and continuous learning. One of my favorite authors, a French author, Laurent Godet, reminds us that leadership is stated in moments of defeat, where humility enables leaders to listen, to learn, and to adapt. A good leaders know that the journey is not made in victory alone, and the most meaningful leadership often emerges in moments of loss, when resilience, not triumph, becomes the measures of one character. True leaders are not infallible. They doubt, they learn, they are shaped by those around them, not idolized by them. They understand that no command others, one must first master oneself. Than to command others, one must first master oneself. Plato taught us that best leaders are not those who seek powers, but those who are called to it. Those who govern not for status, but for a sense of necessity and justice. And his warning endures. When those who are unfit to rule are allowed to lead, it is often because the wise have declined responsibility. Jomo Kenyatta, whose legacy is represented here today by his son, understood this balance between vision and humility. Our children may learn about heroes of the past, but our task is to make ourselves architects of the future. This dual vision, honoring tradition while building towards tomorrow with humble determination, defines the kind of leadership East Africa needs today. Therefore, as you develop your leadership, don't ask yourself who follows you. Ask whom you inspire, and be sure your example uplift, not shadow, the path of others. Integrity-based leaders are enablers. They inspire greatness in others. And to quote again Jomo Kenyatta, leadership is a privilege to better the life of others, not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed. Leadership empowers, it fosters participation, and it amplifies diverse voices. The recent recipients of the Economic Nobel Prize, Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson, have worked for about 20 years on the factors that contribute to the success and to the failure of nations and political systems. They have defined the concept of inclusive societies, shaped by individuals and institutions where power circulates and doesn't concentrate, where institutions serve the people and not protect the few, where economics and political opportunities extend to all communities, not just to connected elites. A good leader is someone who opens the circles. They include vulnerability, not out of charity, but because it is just. They listen to youth, not as symbols, but as full actors of governance. They understand diversity not as a threat, but as a resilient strength of any ecosystem. Those are core values to us. And this is the spirit of the European Union, and this is why we stand beside you. Not with slogans, not with visibility campaign, but through concrete actions. As Team Europe, today represented by the EU delegation and by Germany, we support organizations like Faraja or Restless Development through the civil society support programs implemented by GIZ. Not to speak for youth, but to ensure that youth are heard, notably through collaboration with the Ugandan Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs in developing the annual State of the Youth Report from 2024 through a countrywide consultative process. With Erasmus+, we provide opportunity for young Ugandans and East Africans to study and exchange in Europe. Over 190 students and university staff in 2024 alone, and 11 full scholarship for joint master's program. And through the EU Youth Sounding Board, which is represented today, we invite young voices into the heart of our decision making, not after the fact, but at the design stage of our programs. We do not patronize youth, we empower them. The EU does not just fund projects, it walks the talk, steadily and strategically. Our development cooperation is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the African Union Agenda 2063. Our objective is not to model, but to partner and empower towards a more resilient, just, and democratic East Africa. Integrity-driven leadership leaves a lasting legacy. It builds solid institutions, not individual glory. It focuses on long-term stability and inclusive governance. Europe's integrations highlights that institutions must endure beyond individual leaders. In Europe, we've learned too late that integration must follow conflicts, that law must follow war, that unity is not a slogan. It's a consolidated through work and dedication. East Africa has a chance to do better than us, to anticipate, not only react, to create institutions that do not aim to correct trajectories, but that can build on healthy foundation, a common purpose. Unity must not be confused with conformity. Institutions must precede charisma. Rules must survive leaders. That is the lessons of Europe integrations, hard-earned after destruction. East Africa has the chance to build not on hashes, but on foresight. And as I reflect on the confluence of European and African perspectives on leadership, I'm reminded that both traditions value legacy, the long-term impact of decisions made by our founding fathers and sustained up to today and for tomorrow. The summit is more than a gathering, it's a call for actions. And I'm glad that we heard the declaration of the guilds today. It was powerful and inspiring. As Justice Biabakama said, leadership with integrity is a journey, an ongoing responsibility. It does not begin with a title, nor does it end with applause. It is defined by what it builds and by what it leaves behind. Everyone has the potential, if he or she is willing to be a leader. Everyone has an inner talent that inspires others. Leadership can take several shapes, not only effective, elective, or public offices. But as elections approach across these regions, and in particular here in Uganda, let us pause for a moment on these specific aspects. And let me speak directly to those of you who aspire at serving in elected positions or public offices. Such responsibility carries a particular weight that demands acknowledgement. When a citizen steps into public service, whether through election or appointment, they assume a sacred trust. The resources you manage are not your own. The decision you make will affect not just today, but generations to come. The power you wield belongs not to you, but the people who have entrusted you with it. The ballot does not absolve a leader of duty. It deepens it. Responsibility through elections does not bring privilege. It adds obligation. Those who relativize this truth in the name of culture, context, or power are not defending any specific values, they are undermining them. And as Chimamanda Adichie reminds us with piercing clarity, above all, do not lie. When we obscure reality for political convenience, we rob citizens of their agency and ourselves of our moral authority. So yes, leadership can take the shape of engaging in politics, but do so without becoming politicized. Have convictions without being consumed by them. Resist the reduction of leadership to party, to propaganda, and to personality. Aspire to inspire, to exert authority without brutality, to serve and not to be served, to be accountable and not immune from justice. As guild presidents, you are here not only to lead, but to elevate others, to create space, not only to occupy it, and to leave behind institutions stronger than the ones you have inherited. So let your leadership be measured not by admiration, but by trust you cultivate, not by the visibility you gain, but by the voices you amplify. And as young African leaders and students from Makerere, you walk in the footsteps of giants. Nyerere and his vision of Ujuma, Jomo Kenyatta and his call to Arambe, Nkrumah and his dreams of African unity, Matai and her quiet perseverance. The legacy lives on leaders like former President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is with us today, and who reminds us that continuing journey of leadership across generations. And as the President Uhuru Kenyatta himself has said, leadership is not about elections, it's about the next generation. This profound insight captures the essence of what we discussed today, that true leadership looks beyond immediate horizons to build foundations that will support those who come after us. The bond you will form here, the conversation you will engage in, the vision you shape together, these create a web of relationship that can support you through the challenge ahead. Unity cannot be taken for granted. It must be actively built day by day, relationship by relationship. And partners like the European Union work with you, not in front, not behind, but shoulder by shoulder. We are proud to stand with you, committed to supporting platforms that amplify youth voices and equip you to drive transformating change. The best leaders are those who create conditions for others to thrive, those who inspire without seeking idolatry and serve without demanding reward. So lead not for power, but for purpose. Inspire not to be admired, but to awaken. Build not for today, but for what must endure. And lead to be, not to have. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? Are there people in this room? How are you doing? Are you okay? So tap your neighbor and tell them it's not time to sleep, okay? The battle has just begun. I'm not saying you're doing it. The battle has just begun, right? Yes, and as leaders, as guild leaders, you are at the front line of this battle, okay? Yes, so we are going to have a panel discussion, and earlier we had quite an interesting discussion on accountability here, and we attested to the fact that we have great leaders in this room, yes? So we are going to have another panel discussion, and this panel discussion is going to be on youth participation in governance, transforming vision into action. And it will be moderated by Ms. Pambapara Yvonne. I'll just briefly read her profile, and all the panelists that know are on this panel, please get ready. So she is a dedicated African social justice advocate and philanthropist. She's passionate about empowering marginalized communities, especially women and youth. And as the founder of the Foundation for Female Presidential Aspirants, Yvonne supports women in leadership. So let's put our hands together for Miss Yvonne. Yes, and the panelists, we have His Excellency Bujingo Don Patrick, a proud father and husband. He attended Kampala Parents Primary School and later St. Mary's College Chisubi, where he served as the head prefect. He then proceeded to Makerere University Business School, where he served as the guild president and graduated with a first-class honors in Bachelor of Science in Marketing, and he further pursued a Master of Science in Marketing. So let's put our hands together for His Excellency Bujingo Don Patrick. He's also the president of the Mandela Washington Fellowship. Yes. Let's also put our hands together for Right Honorable Edonu Emmanuel, who serves as the member of the EU Youth Sounding Board, and where he engages with young leaders to shape policies that impact the future. Right Honorable Edonu Emmanuel, let's put our hands, let's give him morale, yeah? And also His Excellency Bowe Ivan, a Ugandan politician and lawyer who served as the 80th Makerere University Guild President from 2014 to 2015. He's also known for negotiating with President Museveni to increase lecturers' pay and challenging unfair policies. Yes, so Makerere Oye, Makerere Oye. But you people, are we here today? We are here? So before they take over, I want to share with us a scripture. We have been listening to different leaders that have spoken to us, and I hope you have your notebooks and pens, and that these conversations are not just ending here. They're actually for you to take on a mantle, right? A real mantle. So this is a scripture from Psalms 90, verse 12, and it says that, teach me to number my days so that I can apply wisdom. Yeah? It's food for thought. Keep thinking about it. But all in all is that as leaders in this place, we should learn to number our days. That every day should account. Every day you should be doing something. The chairman of the Electoral Commission was sharing with us, and he says, integrity does not begin with anyone else. It begins with you as a person. So let me hand it over to Miss Yvonne, and their topic, once again, is youth participation in governance, transforming vision into action. Thank you so much.
Just a minute to read a small stream of consciousness. The world has taught us that youth and women who speak too loudly burn bridges before they can build them. But the bridges were never built for us anyway. So you run through the smoke, barefoot, with ballots in your hand and dreams in your throat, wondering if anyone is listening. And maybe they are not, or maybe they are. Maybe they are busy writing new rules for our rebellion, renaming our resistance as disruption, calling our dignity disobedience, arresting our voices, because they can't cage our thoughts. The campaign trail is just dust and noise and faces that don't look surprised anymore, because every promise has a shadow and every microphone has become a mirror. And when we speak out our truth too clearly, they pretend not to hear, but we still speak. We remember every time they told us, not now, not you, not like that. But we showed up anyway, with our ideas, our empathy, our rage. We became and continue to aim to become the kind of leaders who don't wait for permission because justice doesn't need a timetable. I will quote the words of my Kenyan sister and General Gen Z activist, Hanifa Adan. If young people are old enough to be killed on the streets, they are old enough to lead. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. I want to recognize all the special dignitaries in the room. Unfortunately, we have very little time, so I will not be able to mention all.
Okay, so sorry. On this panel, we are supposed to have a very amazing lady who is none other than Vicky Namugowe, who is also the Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. We need more energy. Gen Zs, are you in the room? Please clap for her as she comes. Yes, Miss Yvonne, you can take over.
We welcome you, Vicky. I will reiterate the words of Hanifa Adan, a Gen Z activist, that if young people are old enough to be killed on the streets, they are old enough to lead. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests and dignitaries, I welcome you all. I make a special mention to all our excellencies. I have a very special panel today that is going to discuss youth participation in governance, and we're going to discuss how we can transform visions into action. My name is Yvonne Pambara. I am the founder for the Female Presidential Aspirants Foundation, and I will be taking through a very phenomenal panel. Allow me to just sit right beside them for just about 20 minutes. I think it's now on, yes. My special panel, we've been given 20 minutes, but I now have a very brilliant panel. It's unique, and we've been given the honor of sitting before our excellencies, our delegates, to discuss a very interesting topic, especially as Uganda, and I know Tanzania as well, and Kenya are heading towards elections. One, I'm going to begin with a key pertinent issue that is around inclusion of youth and women in governance. In September 2020, for Makerere University students protested against sexual violence in the university space, and some of the leaders were allegedly accused of violence, right? We know that violence, whether physical, emotional, online, continues to be a major barrier for women and girls in leadership, right? From student councils to national politics, many potential female leaders, for example, especially young female leaders, are silenced or pushed out due to intimidation, harassment, or abuse. In your view as leaders, how does this culture of violence hinder the full and equal participation of women and girls in governance? I will begin with you, Honorable.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. It's a pleasure to speak before you. My name is Bujingo Don Patrick, and to start off with the question of inclusion, young people and women, to start with, I think the young people need to be seen not just as beneficiaries of development, but the architects of it. So that's why inclusion should not just be an aesthetic that, oh, there's a lady on the panel, it looks great. It should not just be an aesthetic, but it should be purposeful. So that violence that sometimes comes forth is a result of mere rejection of reality, that young people should be involved and should be in these spaces. And even as we exist in these spaces, young people cannot lead in spaces where they cannot speak, because then of what purpose and in what way will you lead? So we ought to speak where we lead. And like one of our leaders said a long while ago, there shouldn't just be freedom of speech. There should actually be freedom after speech. And that violence is now what kills that freedom. As young people, we ought to remember that as we're building our futures, it might look tense because sometimes there might be resistance. And that violence, again, is sometimes a threat from the structures that be. But remember, these structures and these leaders that be should not just see the rise of young people as a threat. It should actually be seen as an opportunity for continuity. Because then we actually said that the future lies within this very room. So that should be a reality in our case. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jingo.
Thank you so much. When we are to look closely at the democratic dividend of this country and of this whole globe, we get to realize that young people are the center of it. And in particularly, we look at the women who we regard as the marginalized and the vulnerable group, also being half of the population. In context to our country, Uganda, we realize that 50%, according to the UBO statistics, are women. And therefore, when violence is evoked upon them, this undermines their potential. It scares them away. Instead of them bringing all the potential that they have to advocate, to stand together and speak one voice as young people, we get to realize that they are scared away as a result of the violence. So there is need for us to embrace the women in most of the policies that we are having, because once we are implementing them, which means that we are putting them part of the system. Now, when we put in violence, violence brings in a different force and change the directives, change the dynamics. So I strongly believe that having a very robust and radical measure and mechanism that can help the young ladies sprawl would be one of the best strategies and mechanisms that we need to implement to ensure that their inclusion is viable and them realizing their potential is very key. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've always said for years that you do not have to be only youthful, you have to be useful. And when it comes to the issue of inclusion of the young ladies, I believe first and foremost, we have to recognize how far we've come, but also with a clear appreciation of where we want to go. Because if you do not know where you are and where you intend to go, then all strategies and all tools deployed and employed become futile. And in this, I want to start with a biblical text in 1 Timothy 4:12 that instructs us not to despise our youth. To me, we have the best of the best in terms of leaders that are ladies. The onus is to us not to be like awarding them as a way of tokenism, but to let them thrive. And the inclusion and participation of the women requires that we, as men, boys, gentlemen, if you to qualify to be a gentleman, realize that an empowered lady, a lady in leadership, is a treasure to the development of our nations. I want to use, being a gender student, I want to use the analogy of a flying bird. Professor Sylvia Tamale usually gave it to us when we were studying the gender and the law here at Makerere University. That if you have a balance, a properly functioning bird, healthy bird, with all wings balanced, then it can go miles and miles and miles. But also I am reminded that even a giant bird, strong as an eagle, if it has a problem, with one of its wings, it cannot fly. It cannot fly high. Or if it is high and it gets the problem from way up, it will not feed because it has to spot the prey and dive using its balanced wings to get the prey for it to survive. So regardless of the situation, we must ensure that we create an enabling environment. And this is always an ongoing process. It does not require that we are going to have everything right today. No, that does not work. But we just have to keep on realizing our status and working intentionally to make sure that the ladies are included on the table, but not only just included on the table, but they take center stage at the decisions, because whatsoever that is decided is for us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Already riding on the established protocol. Now, I think we are talking about something that is so pertinent to myself, owing to the fact that even I'm the female panelist on this panel, the concept of sexual violence. So let's, as the last panelist has just spoken about, it's important to understand before we even talk about the values of sexual violence and all that comes in between. Let's understand the history of this whole concept of where the women come from and where the women are heading from. One thing I appreciate about our government is the constitution. We have a very rich constitution. Number one, in our constitution, they say that everyone is equal before the law. That is in Article 21. Then we have a concept of affirmative action under Article 32 that says that if you are marginalized, they are going to be, the parliament will make laws that are going to be able to raise us and all that. So you understand that we, the women in the African setting, we have been grouped into a particular circumstance that we are the marginalized people of the society. Therefore, we need to move beyond just formal equity and go to substantial equality, where that they are uplifting us from one point to another. Now you find that in the Ugandan setting, for example, we have been given levels of equal standing. For example, we have, through affirmative action, we have women who are representing in parliament. In our councils, in our local government, we have the women representing. In our cabinet, for example, we have women. In our judiciary, women are there. But then that challenge, as the moderator has said, is the concept of sexual violence, and how can we be able to overcome this violence that is within the political space. Now, what I want to understand is, as we are looking at sexual violence, first of all, we need to ask ourselves as leaders who are showing up for spaces, as women who want to be in these spaces, what values do we bring on board and what do we stand for? Because if you stand for a particular circumstance, you're going to be able to fight and resist, because it's, okay, our culture setting in Africa will tell us that women, we are not capable, but then there are women who are capable, who are sprouting. What exactly are they doing that you are not doing? Now, as you come to occupy this space as a woman, number one, you should come with a value. What do you bring on board? Is it a value just beyond your sexual bodies? Is it a value? What exactly are you bringing on board that the circumstance is going to accept? Because you are going to be valued because of what you bring on board, but not what you are taking on yourselves. So the first point in time is, if you stand with a stronghold, that means you're going to fight all sexual violence that is going to present in yourself. Personally, when I was showing up for elections, I can't say that I did not face sexual violences. We face them. But then what are you going to do? If someone comes out to you and tells you that in order to pass from this level to this level, you're supposed to do this, what is your stand? What do you have to say? If you have a particular stand and say, for me, my values and integrity are, I will not open myself, I will fight against this vice, surely you will fight that process and you will move from one step to the other. So before we speak of sexual violence, you as a lady, what exactly are you doing? Then, on the other hand, in point, we are going to talk about even the violence that goes beyond sexual violence. Us as ladies, we have a tendency that whenever we are given platforms where we are ladies, we end up instead having violence, not just sexual violence, but fighting each other. So at the end of it all, you're going to find someone, a fellow lady fighting a fellow lady, just to see that they fight and get out of these spaces. First of all, that space is so shrink. We are trying to come into these spaces. Now, when we come into these spaces, we are again fighting each other to see that we remove the other and we do not move in a unified version. So as we are talking about sexual violence also, let's look about this point of violence where we are fighting each other, because in unison, we need to work hard to promote what is ours.
Because if we are voting you as a lady to come into parliament, push our agendas that are youth-friendly or that are women-friendly to see that we get inclusivity in all aspects of life. But if you reach and you forget the sole purpose of why you have been sent in these positions and instead fight yourselves, instead of working together to see that you promote your values and promote whatever is feminine in nature to see that we have inclusivity, then that is where the challenge comes from. So as we move into this whole concept of governance, we need to look into those things on how best we can make policies, and if policies have been put in place to fight sexual violence, us as the ladies who are coming into these places, what are our values? We do not need to be accountable to the nation without being accountable to ourselves. So this calls us to also be accountable for ourselves by having integrity and fighting against the violences that are there, and also working in a cohesion spirit to see that we push ourselves and uplift ourselves one by one as ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Victoria. So I've picked that leadership spaces must be safe, inclusive, and empowering. And majority of you have spoken about policies that would create some of these spaces and enable inclusive leadership. Let's avoid trying to blame victims and survivors. Sexual violence is a very rampant issue. I will go to the next question, and I'll begin with you, Honorable Ivan. There was a story that ran in print media in November 2024 that members of parliament in Uganda are struggling with overwhelming voter demands, and most are resorting to money lenders to be able to contribute to certain issues that their constituencies are requesting for. But most of them have complained that most of these demands are actually the function of other government bodies, but voters are not aware of what the function of members of parliament are. So they expect them to build roads, they expect them to contribute personal resources to healthcare, give money for burials, for birthdays, such events, to purchase ambulances, pay school fees, and etc., which are all responsibilities of other government bodies. What are your reflections on the contradictions between constituency expectations, the roles of constituency representatives, and the government? Then you should be able to tell us how you feel the roles of MPs should be structured to reflect these community demands, or if we need to actually completely overhaul the whole structure and redefine what their roles should be so that they are able to meet those particular needs.
Thank you so much. There are four major cardinal roles of any legislator, literally world over: representation, oversight, legislation, and oversight. I said legislation, representation, oversight, and the last one is? Yes. So, one, the fact that we find ourselves where we are is indicative of the problem we have as a country. And also, it is indicative of the failure of us leaders to make it right. If you contest for any position and you do not know your terms of reference, let it even be a job application, a simple job application, and you make an application where you do not know your roles and duties, you are in trouble. And by default, if you cannot guide, if you elected a leader and you cannot guide the population, then you have failed. For example, I've seen my sister, Sarah Kajingo, Guild President, Makerere University in 1997. I am very sure that when she was campaigning from the great and mighty Mary Stewart, she put out a manifesto of what she intended to do within the scope of what was allowable and within the confines and the powers of a Guild President. And she led how she led. And many of us here leaders have vied for very many positions. When I see the vice president, by the time I was Guild President of Makerere, She was the cabinet minister in charge of education. And she used to guide us. We would rise up. The vice chancellor knew his terms of his duties very well, and he would guide us. We would say, we want this, say we cannot do this, we do this, and we navigated. And the purpose as to why people vote us, or why they should vote us, is that we are supposed to lead collectively and we find solutions to our problems. Mr. President, you asked if Donald Trump is our uncle. He's not our uncle. But I want to confirm to you that because you are a leader we hold in high esteem, and of which you've spoken deeply about issues of leadership, challenging leaders to increase budgets for our education and economic empowerment and political inclusion of young people, you qualify to be our uncle. And let this be clear, that we have a duty to use our intellectual power to solve our own problems. That is a duty we cannot delegate. The Prime Minister Emeritus used to tell us, in terms of turbulence, on differing opinions and views about, the management is saying we want to increase tuition. I am saying you cannot increase tuition, the students will drop out. I am saying it's only government that can help. And he used to tell the administration, in his popular words, Ndogo, you are right, but he is also right. So upon us being all right, then we would come to a middle ground where we drop some demands, the other side drops some demands, and we would proceed. And that is the value of leadership. So, to sum up what you asked, today we are not exercising our intellectual power, and therefore we are not guiding those we are supposed to guide. And that's a recipe for disaster. So, to sum it up, we need to speak more to each other. We need to speak more to each other and know that when things go wrong, no one is safe in a burning house. And as university leaders, student leaders, the mantle is ours to shape the direction of whether we can have a dialogue or we can stupidly refuse to speak to each other. I would commend that we take an angle that we speak to each other even when we do not agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Bowe. I'll hand over the mantle to you, Honorable Bujingo. Do you think that the structure for the role for MPs should change to reflect what the community demands are?
Thank you. I think there is no need for a change of structure, clearly. And I think for me that is only a sign of an incompetence in a certain part of the government, clearly. Where else does it happen, where MPs are asked to buy ambulances, to contribute for ceremonies, burial ceremonies, show up here and there, that monetary element, where else is it happening? Because that's not their role. And this leadership element of the MPs has been very much election-oriented. There's a hunger to be re-elected. The hunger to be re-elected, and it's because the closest touch of government is being seen in the MPs. So when somebody shows up, the other day, the Honorable Evelyn Anite was letting the public know why she's not going to come back for re-election. She goes into the constituencies, withdraws about 500 million shillings, and spends that money in about a week because the constituency is hungry. There's a grave, grave demand. I think for me, if the services were honestly on ground and reaching the people, if the people had their needs, their health was well catered for, education was well catered for, and the other basics were well catered for, where would they need for an MP to touch their own pockets, go borrow money, and start again changing their role? Where would that come from? So it's only because that gap exists that the MPs, with the election hunger to be brought back to office, comes about, and then that shifts the agenda. So until that is handled, services are reaching and can be accessed by the common person. That's when that role will be well addressed, like Honorable Bowe has addressed. Legislation, oversight, the basics that are supposed to be enabling them to represent the people. And clearly, when you assess where this vice comes from, it could actually be tamed. It can be tamed if we as a people also hold our MPs accountable, not upon how much they hand to us, but in terms of how well they represent us in Parliament. And again, our representation should not be driven by waves, by fame, by name it. It should be driven by purpose. So until that hand-out element can be cancelled by you as a people, that's when we can kill that vice. But until you continue to receive in that format, then you will take on that handout in exchange for your voice in Parliament.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are trying to wrap up through this panel. Honorable Namgobe Victoria, do you think then that government can create a more sustainable and responsive approach to political representation if such issues are being raised by leaders?
Thank you so much, but just before I answer what you have said, I think it would just be, I just need to make a connection from what they have said before coming to this side. So actually, for me, I have always asked myself, where is this process coming from? That we are demanding from our leaders, ambulances and things that are not within their role. Where did it begin from? So I tried to conduct a small research in my own personal being to understand. Someone once argued that it was the NGOs that came on board that are trying to ruin the political field. Others said there was a particular political party that started giving out handouts and everybody came on board. And there was a lot of confusion therein. But then this reminds me, in the past election, I want to use this as a vivid example. In 2020, I think it was 2020, 2021, our past election, now people moved and voted, people not because they had handouts they were giving. There was a particular wave that sounded like a protest vote, especially on members of parliament within particular regions like the central region. People just would go, look, and find an umbrella and vote red. Not because they were given handouts or not because they were given something. So my question was, why were people moving in this circumstance? They were not looking at the roles the MP is going to play, because we would say particularly some people they were good at playing their legislative roles. No. Did they give handouts? No. But people were massively moving. It's not because they wanted anything. People wanted a particular change in society. They had been suffocated and they had seen the representation that people had in parliament and felt that it was time for them to stand up and change whatever it was. It's because of that protest vote we have particular challenges that we are not going to talk about on this forum in our House of Parliament right now, because of the representation that we sent at that particular moment. So I believe that the kind of leaders that we send to represent us comes from us. It is us that put our leaders in positions to say that we need the handouts. And once a leader goes on board and you let him know that you need an ambulance, you don't need representation, you don't need policies, you don't need laws, you don't need him to play his role. Obviously, even if it was you or I, you will be diverted to move into the demands of the society, what the society is demanding from you. But does that have a sustainable goal? It doesn't have a sustainable goal. But this comes also on, I have also advocated for things like electoral reform policies, because at the end of it all, if we do not have policies where we have a limit on how much is supposed to be spent in an election, you're going to find that at the end of it all, I am going to go to a money lender, borrow enough money that I think I can in order to sustain the demands of my people. When I sustain the demands of my people, I would say now it's time for me to go to the leadership and scoop all money to sustain and to pay back the money lender. So at the end of it all, there's going to be a divergence in my roles and the needs of the society. So for me, the major advocacy point would come if it would be possible to have an electoral reform on a baseline on how much is supposed to be spent in a particular election, because we are talking about the concept of equality. We all come in equality, but then we have people who are we are in a capitalistic society. People are more elevated financially than the others. So you're going to find that the expenses they are putting on board are more than the other expenses that other people are putting on board, and they are going to help push our legislators or push these people coming on board to forget what is bringing them on board. But if there was a limit and saying that, for example, in this election, let's spend 100 million or particular amount of, you find that there is a limit in it. But I don't know if that is possible in an African setting, really, to have such a reform or such a policy that can be able to limit how much someone spends, because we are moving in rural areas where even the implementation itself is going to have a financial implication on our budgetary reforms. So possibly that would be one of the sustainable measures the government can put in place to be able to handle all the circumstances that we are talking about. But also this, as I continue saying, this comes back to an individual role leader. You yourself as a leader, when they are voting you to go to parliament or to represent in particular levels, what interests are you pushing on board? What are you bringing on board exactly? Because if you do not have interests that are people-centered, there is no way in any particular time you're going to reach in parliament and all of a sudden come and start saying your vision started in parliament. Your vision has to start from the time you wake up one morning and say, I want to come for a position of leader. If you want to be a leader, which vision are you carrying? How are you going to implement this vision? What policies are you going to be able to bring? How are you going to be able to maneuver and be able to achieve this? So as we are looking for policies, yourself as a leader, draft your visionary plan and live up to it so that the community can also benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vicky. As we give our parting shots, we are sorry that the panel has been cut a little short, just time constraints and management is about to sit on my head. But as we give our parting shots, I want you to integrate the role of artificial intelligence to good governance, all right? You're going to just reflect on the conversation that we've had, and then you can make that clear distinction for us as you give us our parting shots. I'll start with Honorable Emmanuel, because I feel I've rushed you the most.
All right, thank you so much. We live in a generation whereby technological advancement is very high. And we have to acknowledge the fact that artificial intelligence has come to stay. And therefore, that means that the young people and the whole world needs to take a different direction and embrace these technological advancements of AI. So AI cuts across all different spheres. It could be economics, it could be education, whatever field, health. So my take is that the government needs to be very deliberate and equip young people with the skills that they need to thrive through this AI era. Because whether you like it or you do not like it, countries are going very far in terms of leveraging on AI. If you look at these well-developed countries, a 16-year-old child is in position to come up with a tool that is able to mitigate aspects of food insecurity in a particular area, to mitigate aspects of climate change. And these are the problems that are immediate and long-lasting that will affect us. So for me, I feel that it's something that we need to take very deliberately in terms of our curriculum, in terms of our day-to-day life, and embrace and come up with tools that are going to enhance good governance, come up with tools that are going to enhance public service delivery to the best of the interest of the people of this nation. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this phenomenal panel. My sincere apologies, we've had to cut short. But I believe the audience, our delegates, and our special guests have picked something quite unique from such a young and ready panel. I thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Those hands are not enough. Let's put our hands together for this amazing panel. They've really deliberated on pertinent issues that concern us young people and the future. So right about now, we're going to have another panel of amazing young people that are also going to, take us away. Yeah. So, but looking at their panel, it was really important, especially our right honorable speaker who brought out the commercialization of politics that is eating up our continent, which is something as leaders who are ready to take on this continent should look into. So without wasting more time, let me invite the next panel that is going to talk about youth and elections, driving participation and accountability for our democratic future. So on this panel, it's going to be moderated by Miss Ruth Kitamirike. Miss Ruth Kitamirike, can I see you? All right, thank you. Thank you. So she's a lawyer currently pursuing her PhD at Makerere University. She has previously served as the Guild Minister for Gender and Guild Representative Counselor for the School of Law under the 87th Guild. In her career, Ruth has previously worked with the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation in Uganda, as well as the Forum for Women in Democracy. Let's clap for her once again. And first on our panelists is Her Excellency Rose Nawire, who is the current Guild President of Makerere University Business School, and she has told you she has come into power after a whole decade, so she deserves a round. So she's a student at Makerere University Business School, pursuing her bachelor's in business administration. Then we also have Dr. Nalukwago Judith, a young, vibrant politician and social activist who has progressed through various leadership ranks. She's also a sports personality. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Nalukwago Judith. All right. Then we also have Honorable Agaba Ronald Bills. He's a former head prefect at Mbara High School and later guild speaker at Chambogo University. Yes, he's also the author of the book titled Secrets of Effective Student Leaders. Yeah. Then the last on our panel is His Excellency Worship Matanda Abubakar, an advocate of the High Court of Uganda, currently serving as a magistrate grade 1 in the judiciary. He previously served as the Guild President of Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you so much. So, amazing panel. As leaders, one of our objectives is to keep time. I hope that will be taken forth. Thank you so much. And yes, Ms. Ruth, you can take over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the host and moderator for this event. Distinguished guests, I once again greet you. My name is Ruth Kitamirike, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the final panel discussion for this year's Guild Leaders Summit. And what better way to conclude the summit than to discuss youths and election, especially in the context of Uganda. So in the next 20 minutes, which I have been given, my amazing panel here with me is going to provoke us to think deeper on questions of youth participation in elections, explore barriers, and maybe opportunities for a more democratic future. I understand one of our panelists has not yet been able to join us. I'm told she is on her way, but I hope my members are ready so we can start. So just a brief statistics on what really is at stake and what this conversation is going to explore. And I'm sure this scenario that I'm here to explain is not just unique to Uganda, but even countries across the East African region. Results from the recent population census 2024 indicated that over 78% of Ugandans are below the age of 35. But we also know that 50% of these are below the age of 18, so they are not eligible voters. So if we are looking at the voting population, that's about 22.7 who are between the age of 18 and 35, okay? Also by the African Union Charter, defined as a youth. But when you are to look at but also another interesting statistic was with regard to the age of 60. The statistics show that only 5% are 60 and above, okay? So for our panelists, I wanted us to look at this and maybe in regard to the voter turn-up. So when you look at youth and voter turn-up, I was reading a report recently from Must Have Been Open Space, which was saying that from the recent elections, 2021 general elections, we had 68% of youth standing up as voters, which was a significant drop from the 73% of 2016. I would love to begin with your worship, Matanda. Why do you think things happened that way? What went wrong or what could be going wrong? And as we veer into the future of 2026, what barriers probably hindered youths from participating and what can be done to ensure that this trend does not happen for the next elections? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great privilege for me to be sharing this platform. I want to start by thanking the organizers and appreciating our leaders who have taken time to listen to us more. But more importantly, I'm happy to be sharing with people that have taken on in our footsteps. I was a guild president at IU 10 years ago, and the president of UNSA 9 years ago. Yeah, so there is a gap. Now, to the question. There is this word called apathy. The word apathy has many synonyms, but it includes disinterest, not being zealous or enthusiastic about something. And I think it is clear, and I'm happy that our chairperson, my Lord, is here, that even in the most recent election we have had, which was in Kawempe, I think we saw that the statistics were a bit worrying. And I've had suggestions about making it compulsory and maybe criminal. I hope they don't have to bring people before me for not voting. They brought some for refusing to be counted, but it didn't go very well because some, even those who wanted to be counted, were saying they were not counted. But this word apathy, sometimes we also apply it to elections. And I want to use my experience because I've participated in elections, including that of 2020, but also to speak generally. I think for my generation and the one that's following me, and even when you scan social media, there is a worrying trend of people becoming apathetic and even cynical about everything. When someone loses hope, when someone does not understand the power they have, or maybe they have exercised it and it has not worked, they lose hope. And we should be very concerned, because when the energy is not geared towards the democratic process like an election, it means that energy will be applied through an alternative way that we may not like. So why do I think we are in this place? Number one, working now in the judiciary, where I'm a political, there are things I've observed that I struggled with as a politician. One is the fact that we have not done enough work at decolonizing our governance systems. The struggles that Professor Nawangwe stated earlier, for which many of our post-independence leaders were prepared for, we celebrated them, but you now realize that they took the turn of form. Because where there was a white person, then you have an African. And our leaders that time had to take time to achieve that. And I think I also feel the same pulse in the feminist the women empowerment movement, where people are starting to say it's not just about being on the table. But there was a time when even being on the table was something. So I realized that our governance system, a parliament, a judiciary, an executive, you'll all agree with me that this is not our system. There are systems that were imposed on us or that we have adopted over time. Now, as a judicial officer, I find that a lot of the aspects of these systems don't speak to the reality of our people.
Thank you.
So you're talking about a member of parliament, if I can just land on that one. We're talking about people asking for money from a member of parliament. But I would think that the primary issue is not even that maybe the MP has not done enough, or maybe that the people don't know what they want. But it is that from our cultural setting, from the governance system we had in Africa and we have in our communities, even the role of a member of parliament, like when an election is happening, our people watch it like a contest between elites on who should go and get the privileges. And so they feel we can help you win that contest if there is something you exchange for us. So in the judiciary, there are things, there are movements we are making to decolonize the system. For instance, by law, the language of court is English. We now have rules, small claim rules, that allow me to interact with the court users in the local language. And I have seen a difference. People speak greater truth, they are more truthful in the local language. People will not just deny liability, and the trial is very fast. But that's just one aspect of the English language. We are now adopting African justice systems. So the question I have, and which I think forms the foundation of why maybe people may be moving away from these systems, is that as we are fighting in the judiciary to decolonize and bring the system closer to the people, maybe we need to start asking some questions about the executive and the parliament, and whether or not it is in tandem with the values, the aspirations, and the realities of our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to have interrupted you, but there is a slight interruption of normal programming.
Sorry to interrupt you. Your Excellencies, I am aware that the protocol of the Her Excellency, the Vice President, is tight and she has another program. So I'm requesting the panel to make only one comment each so that we can go back to the program and allow Her Excellency, the Vice President, to attend to other state duties elsewhere. And then we will continue after for a moment. So that's what I'm appealing for. So let's just have the two panel members just to make a round each, and then we move to the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Charles. Your Excellencies, since we are very fortunate that we have to summarize our submissions, I will not spend a lot of time, but address the question of voter apathy or barriers that stop young people from participating in elections. For our guest of honor and maybe the audience, Uganda has had the highest turnout into an election in 1996. 73% of Ugandans stand up to vote. And as the youth population bulged to the apex of 2021, the voter turnout shrunk to only 57. And when you ask about what are the things that make young people not show up to vote, since we now know that people who are above 60% in our country are just 5%, I will just capture it with just three things. One is the fact that all of us have to acknowledge that the outcomes of every election are determined by the people that show up to vote. And young people, by not showing up to vote, they are also making a statement. One, there is ignorance. People don't know that if you need good services in your community, you must take interest in electoral processes or democratic processes. So there is ignorance. And we as people who are privileged to go to school, we must assist institutions like the Electoral Commission to go to our communities and teach the importance of showing up. The second factor is we have leaders who are occupying positions by other means other than the hunger to serve the population. And at every turn of elections, they are not addressing the issues affecting the young people, but they are speaking to themselves, and when they show up in our communities, they show us the latest cars, and we read and hear stories in social media of how much they are stealing. The last, in my view, on why there is low voter turnout is the concept of what my colleague Matanda talked about, that democracy seems to be a foreign concept which we have not yet decolonized, so that conversations like these, or conversations about who gets elected, are reduced to our dinner tables or our homes where we come from to have conversations. So it's a foreign concept. But I would say, let me say this, that democracy may not be the perfect tool for us to select our leaders, but it's the better choice that we have at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agaba. And if we are to come to you, Madam President, I wanted to customize your question a bit, because we are discussing lower voter turnout amongst the youth, but it's shocking that youths between age 18 to 23, who are primarily university students, their rate is even lower. Out of 100%, 95 is 30 to 35, and only 4.5 is your constituency, the university students. So while the chairperson of the Electoral Commission is still here, what do you think could be done better, especially ahead of the 2026 general elections, to see that that statistic is changed? What strategies should the EC use to inspire younger youths into voter participation?
Thank you so much for the question. As you've clearly stated the statistics, we realize that the lack of voter turnout, their low participation, is not just a gap in numbers. It is a gap in power, a gap in voices, and a gap in representation. Most youths today do not participate in those elections because they lack enough civic education. As our parents were very inquisitive in the olden days to know, why am I going to vote the person I'm going to vote for? Leaders today feel like even though they are going to vote, or the young people today feel even though they cast their vote, it is not going to change anything. So my humble appeal is to call upon everyone in this room to participate actively. Participation in an election is not just a favor, it is an exercisation of your rights. So as you participate in those elections, make sure that you follow up on the accountability. These leaders that you've given the mandate to lead you, ask them boldly, stand up, ask for transparency, ask for the services they promise to bring to you, because after asking for accountability, it is then that your vote shall cause a change. And when we come to the democracy, we shall be creating a beautiful future for the democracy of Uganda, of East Africa, because when you look at it at that angle, we are not just sidelining the youths to come, but we are encouraging them to come up and take on those leadership mantles. And even when they take on those leadership mantles, they are not leaders of tomorrow, but rather leaders that are going to cause a change today. So where does that leave us? If we are civically educated, if we are told our responsibilities, that if you to vote this and this, your voices shall reach out there. Trust me, every youth will come out and vote. So to your youth, do not wait to be invited to the table of democracy. Take on the mantle to create a better East Africa.
Thank you so much. I know that this conversation is not done, so you're not giving parting shots. In fact, you're staying up here with me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tubi. Let's clap for our chairperson. And Your Excellencies, I have requested the panel to remain here, and with the advice of the kind advice of the Guild President of Makerere University, we will add one other panelist, Yunus Wabulia, who will join the panel after. But for now, allow me now invite Honorable Matthew Ruchikaire to come, a former Guild President of Makerere University, 1962, to come and give us his address. After him, I will invite Your Excellency, President Uhuru. That is when Makerere students are swearing and they are recognizing their own, they do that winning Z. So they are recognizing the presence of their former losing Z. What about winning? So winning oil, losing the Z. How do they do the Z? Like this. Former Guild President, you're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll merely recognize His Excellency and former President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and our guests of honor. And I also recognize the Vice President of Uganda, Major Jessica Alupo. The rest of you have been recognized, they have been mentioned, including my dear friend, the former Prime Minister. So let me go straight to what I wanted to say and hope that it can be done in a very short time. First of all, I want to welcome you to this gathering, and I want to extend a special welcome to our chief guests of honor, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. The Kenyatta family has always had a special place in the hearts of Ugandans and continue to enjoy a lot of support and love. Your father's gallant contribution to fight against British colonialism is fresh in our minds. At another level, for the years between 1981 and 1986, during the Bush War, Kenya was a home to the National Resistance Movement External Committee, of which I was chairman. Nairobi became an NRM base of activities, both clandestine and public. The NRM government and the people of Uganda will always remember the support and hospitality expended to the Ugandans who lived in Kenya, and many still do and work there. At a personal level, my family have lived in Kenya for a total of 12 years, where I worked and did some business. And our children grew up and went to school there. So we have fond memories of our life in Kenya and can extend our family's gratitude to the people of Kenya. But back to the subject of my topic, which is really about East African integration. By the time the three East African countries, i.e. Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, got their independence between 1961 and 1963, they were more integrated than in their 60 years of independence since that time. It was an irony that the colonial masters brought East Africa closest to political integration than the post-independence African leaders have been able to do in those 60 years. I served as the East African community representative in Brussels to the European Economic Community, as it was called in those days. And by comparison, the East African economic integration was more advanced than the European Economic Community. It was common for me to be asked by officials of the Commission to explain how East Africa had achieved that level of integration, which was still eluding the Europeans themselves. Among the East African leaders were visionaries who wanted to ignore this contradiction and seize the historic opportunity to build an East African political federation founded on the structures created by the British. The leading proponent of this was Julius Nyerere, Mwalimu that is, at that time, president of Tanganyika, before it became Tanzania, supported very vigorously by Tom Mboya from Kenya, who had the full support of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, then the Prime Minister of self-governing Kenya. Nyerere had offered to delay the date of Tanganyika's independence and wait for Kenya and Uganda to become independent so they could federate at the same time. Uganda under Milton Obote procrastinated and offered Buganda's resistance to the federation as a reason to suggest that Uganda was not yet ready to federate with the other two states. As a result of that missed historical opportunity, 60 years have been lost. Efforts have continued and still continue to move forward the dream of an East African political federation, but many political obstacles still remain. I was myself a witness to these visions and frustrations. I happen to have been president of the Students' Guild at Makerere in 1962-63, when the heads of government of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda assembled here at Makerere to inaugurate the University of East Africa and break away from being a college of London University. Present at this momentous occasion were Julius Nyerere, Milton Obote, and James Gichuru, who was, I think, Minister of Finance at that time in Kenya, representing Prime Minister Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. I was their host and shared a platform with them, pronounced ourselves on the imperative of East African unity, soon to sound hollow by the rapid disintegration of the then existing East African structures. The students whom I represented were rock-solid supporters of the East African integration, and was the reason that I was overwhelmingly elected by an East African students' constituency, because I was a strong advocate of the East African political federation. Once again, the organization of the Guild presidents Leadership Academy have created yet another opportunity for the people of East Africa and their leaders to contribute to the vision of an East African political federation. At the last summit held on the 15th of April last year, that is 2024, I proposed that the Uganda Summit of the Guild President's Leadership Academy be extended to become an East African organization, and that His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete becomes its patron. This proposal was seconded very strongly by the patron of the Uganda chapter, Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, and was adopted by acclamation. Subsequently, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete accepted to become the patron of the East African organization, now in formation. Hence, the presence of our guest students from other East African universities who have been introduced to us this morning. Since then, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete has continued to network in support of the establishment of a regional body and has already, as you can see, brought His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta on board. We are grateful, Your Excellency, for the gesture and commitment to this noble cause as exemplified by your presence here as guest of honor. Thank you very much, sir. Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda and I have had meetings with His Excellency President Museveni on different occasions. And I can say that he's fully in support of what we are trying to do. The forces, therefore, being mobilized from the young and old to tackle those challenges are up to the task. The young men and women of 60 years ago are now the old men and women of today, and are united with the young men and women of today in facing these tasks together. Time does not stand still. New generations come and go. When I was guild president of the students' body here in 1962-63, I was only 23 years old. Now I'm a man of 87, going on to 88. At the time I was president of the guild, President Jakaya Kikwete was only 13 years old. And the president was 1 year old. Sorry, sir. President Museveni was about 16 years old and still attending a secondary school at Ntare. Because I was a successful student at Ntare, I used to be recruited as a student teacher at Ntare, and one of my students was President Museveni. President Museveni remembers most of the things I taught him, some of which I've forgotten myself. And I think that is the reason he's president and I'm not. So, we have a convergence of purpose at these summits of the old generation at the highest level of leaders, and of the young generation of leaders looking to become the leaders of tomorrow, or as they have said, of today. All efforts are being made to mobilize the leaders of all East African countries to support your efforts for this cause. I have spelled out my vision in a paper which I presented as key note speaker at the 100th year anniversary of Makerere founding 2 years ago, and I repeated some of it at the last summit of this Guild President's Leadership Academy last year. I will not, therefore, repeat what I said. Instead, I have asked my daughter, once again, Eva Marie Ruchikere Mwine, who is a poet, to read again a slightly modified poem on the East African community countries in order to continue sensitizing the public to the cause of integration. We are hoping to translate this poem into Kiswahili and probably into song so that it can achieve wider circulation. After this, I'll be presenting my book, 70 Years, A Witness to Your Excellency, after Eva has written this. Eva is not only my daughter, but she's a committed integralist of East Africa. And she studied in Kenya during her childhood and eventually studied in UK, and is a married woman with children, some of them who are working already. So she's here as Eva Ruchikere, but more importantly, as an East African integrationist. So you can go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm going to try to be as fast as possible in the interest of time. Our chief guest, Your Excellency, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, Vice President Jessica Lupo, Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, distinguished guests in all your respective capacities, students of East Africa, good afternoon. My name is Eva Ruchikere Mwine, as you have heard. I am a poet and a writer and an ardent East Africanist. I wrote the greater part of this poem during the COVID lockdown period. They were reflective periods. And I read it last year here. This year, the congregation is more regional in nature, so I agreed to read it again when my father asked me. Enjoy the poem, and I encourage you also to do your little part. Big or small, it counts. The poem is entitled, East Africa Rising. I am East Africa. I am the remnant of history broken and old glory stolen. Partitioned like a pie at a conference table in Berlin. My kings and chiefs were handed pen and paper, mirrors and gold to relinquish customary hold. In the name of civility, they ceded liberty. Since then, I have walked for generations across the untapped potential of my lands, choked in a white collar, encumbered by the heavy weight of ill-fitting imperial boots, dry like a tree, severed from its roots. But I have survived. Today, I am an East Africa rising. I am 8 countries integrating and still counting. I am over 300 million people with a median age of 19. I am bulging with youthful energy, and the world must contend with me. Like the Grand Inga Dams of the DRC, I am an explosion of potentiality. I am gathering my broken parts, reclaiming the amputated limbs of my Congolese forefathers, limbs lost in the cruel harvest of rubber under King Leopold's plunder. I am contemporary Congo, a priceless aggregation of globally coveted wealth. I come to the Union gravely wounded, suspicious of my neighbors, but trusting in the higher ideals and promises of unity. I am South Sudan. I am armed with the genetics of determination that saw the Dinka and the Nuer and other tribes stand through centuries of Arab domination and human rights violation. I am the voice of John de Mabior Garang, who famously said at the Comprehensive Peace Agreement in Nairobi, "Let us move forward with the momentum of history." I am Rwanda. Like a phoenix, I have risen from the ashes of genocide. Defying international prescriptions, I soldier on in perfect imperfection. Conquering my history, I am recognized globally as a miracle story. I am Tanzania. Rooted in the principles of Ujamaa, I am de-tribalized and healthily politicized. I am Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. My legacy is an eternal lesson of instruction in the pursuit of African liberty, self-actualization, and the preservation of dignity. I am Somalia, a proud pilgrim from Africa's Horn, seeking to be reborn. With a history of anarchy, I am war-torn. My many aspirations have been stillborn. I come to the Union with my warring clans and my unfulfilled plans. I come with the ingenuity of enterprise and a mastery of money and a warrior ancestry. I come with the fear of Allah and the discipline of Sharia. I am thousands of miles of coastline. I am the Union's bridge to the world. I am Burundi. The majesty of my drumbeat has never been silenced by the genocidal trauma of ethnic violence. I come to Arusha, desperately seeking to change the trajectory of my broken story. I am Uganda. I have given massive impetus to the reassembly of scattered people. Domestically, I am a tangible manifestation of grassroots integration. My doors are wide open, my policies are accommodative, my people are politicized to be empathetic and receptive. Regionally, my span is monumental. With my boots on the ground, from the Great Lakes to the Horn, my impact has been instrumental. I am General Yoweri Museveni, Ruhembo Gwenjura, the one who keeps the flame burning through the dewy seasons of feigning political will. The lens of hindsight and history may portray the long season of my leadership story as having been necessary for the restoration of lost glory and the mental rehabilitation of the African situation. I am Kenya. I wear the scars of historical rebellion like a proud medallion. I am Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. My charismatic call, Harambee, still pierces through the seasons of time, reminding generations about the Great Commission to fight for African interests, values, and traditions. Like the valiant Mau Mau who shed blood for sovereignty, I am contemporary Kenya, pushing the frontiers of economic emancipation for my people's integrity. With a skilled and professional workforce, I am at the vanguard of the region's race to middle income status, leading the way for others to follow. I am proving that the Union can have a better tomorrow. I am East Africa rising. Thank you.
If I were you, I would clap for the former guild president of this university when many of us were not yet born, when very few of us here had been born. I think Honorable Matthew counted the rest and avoided to count where at the time he was guild president here, whether the vice president was already born. Thank you very much, Honorable, and thanks to your daughter for the brilliant poem. May I now take this opportunity to invite another great son of this soil, another great leader of this country, of this university, the Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, former Prime Minister of Uganda, currently Special Envoy for Special Duties, Office of the President, but also the patron of the Guild Presidents Assembly. You're most welcome, Ndugu. Ndugu, I request you to perform 2 roles in your right, to make your speech, and then invite Her Excellency, the Vice President, to speak to us. You're most welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, representing President Yoweri Museveni, our chief guest, Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the 4th President of the Republic of Kenya, Ndugu Matthew Ruchikeire, our elder, who has obviously given an excellent historical account, and Eve Ruchikeire, who has been properly mentored by Matthew Ruchikeire and is ready for the baton when time comes. Student leaders, guild presidents, ladies and gentlemen. I will just make a few remarks because of the interest of time. First, I'm extremely happy that the Student Leadership or Guild President's Leadership Academy has been able to invite His Excellency President Kenyatta and also student leaders from Eastern Africa, and that they responded well. This is a big achievement because when you get people together, they can meaningfully discuss issues that confront them and go ahead and look for solutions to those problems. So you are really on the way to looking for solutions to Africa's problems. I also want to agree with the declaration that was read by one of your representatives, calling for free movement of peoples in East Africa, mechanisms for resolving conflicts, and also deepening East African cooperation and integration. These are very critical points which you share with both the government and the National Resistance Movement, and I believe these are also shared by the people of Kenya, and the leadership of Kenya, and the people of Tanzania, and the leadership of Tanzania. In fact, in this context, and I will be supplementing what Matthew has said, the leaders, the independence leaders of East Africa, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and Milton Obote, declared that within a year, the 3 countries of East Africa would be federated. It caused a lot of excitement in the population because the population wants unity. But when time came, unfortunately, a different direction was taken. So it is imperative that on our part, and especially your part, as young people, to take charge the affairs of East Africa should be clearly tuned to ensure that the baton that has taken so long to hand over in terms of deepening unity and solidarity of the people of East Africa is actually achieved. So, the one or 2 points I want to make. What has caused the problems, or what are the problems of Africa? President Yoweri Museveni has written a book about this, and many different people have talked about this. But when I was reflecting on this, I thought that one area that is underplayed in terms of problems that Africa has faced is unequal and unbalanced and unfair interaction between Africa and the outside world. What do I mean? The first major interaction that affected Africa was slavery. And you know what slavery did to our continent. What followed soon was colonialism. And again, colonialism cut Africa into micro states. I think we are now about 54 countries. And really, the real aim for colonialism to do this was first and foremost to benefit the metropolitan and the colonizing powers. In order to do this, they had to weaken Africa, make sure there are small places that will not be able to resist. And therefore, Africa became a center of pillage, a center of exploitation, and you have heard from the poem read by Uhuru Kenyatta how there was plunder. Unfortunately, this disease which they injected in us of divided Africa, of Balkanization, became a chronic disease. The African leaders said, we are here, we will respect the colonial borders. They did so with good intentions, to avoid unnecessary conflict for territories here and there. But indirectly, it also cemented the division that colonialism had brought about. Therefore, to cut the long story short, when we are divided, we become weak, and when we are so many states, we become a good recipe for problems, for confrontations, for permanent state of conflict. And we use our energies in those problems instead of using our energies into uniting our people and developing our continent as a formidable force. That's why I'm extremely happy that you, the student leaders, are committing yourselves for deeper East African integration and unity, because we will definitely be stronger. Kenya may be strong, Uganda a bit strong, Tanzania a bit strong. But when we are three countries together, we will be very strong, and our voice will be heard. And I believe this is the solution forward, and I'm glad that the young people are now playing a vanguard role to ensure the actualization of this. It is for your future, and it is the future of generations to come, and it is for the future of our continent. so that it can stop being marginalized for so many centuries, so that it is enabled to play its rightful role in the global competition that is going on. Let me also agree with Matthew that there was closer cooperation during the colonial times, shamefully, than now. It is true that you would easily travel to any part of East Africa, use East African currency, and many other things. Now the situation has become a little more complicated. But I'm sure our leaders, and I want here to salute President Uhuru Kenyatta for being on the vanguard of pushing for deeper East African integration and unity. He has publicly advocated for that, and he has quietly gone out of his way to work for it. And incidentally, even now, when he's not in that big office, he continues that crusade to see us together. So when we are calling for deeper cooperation, you are not alone. You are with President Kenyatta. And I'm glad we invited him. It may be of interest for you to know President Kenyatta. I did not chair a meeting where Jomo Kenyatta was, as Matthew Chikere more or less did. But when I was a young man in Kabale, in 1961-62, I was one of the few young men who went to watch Jomo Kenyatta, accompanied by John Kakonge, then Secretary General of the Uganda People's Congress, visiting Uganda and specifically visiting Kabale, wearing his characteristic cap, and that freedom, easiness of leaders being able to go to any part, remote as it may be, of East Africa, as demonstrated by Jomo Kenyatta then, was highly commendable and should be reactivated in order to deepen cooperation in East Africa. So, with those few remarks, it's my great pleasure to take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, who is, as you very well know, extremely committed to the cause of East Africa, to the cause of security for our people, and that's why she had quite an interesting career in the UPDF, and therefore it's my pleasure to request you to come forward and perform your duties in representing His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni. Thank you so much.
Please resume your seats. Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, and our chief guest this afternoon, the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Prime Minister Emeritus of the Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Head of Mission, European Union, representatives of the Kenya High Commission, the Honorable Matthew Ruchikaire, Senior Presidential Advisor, the Justice Simon Biabakama, Chairperson of Electoral Commission, the Chairperson, Makerere University Council, and your members, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, all our development partners present, executives of the Guild President's Academy, and specifically I would like to recognize the Guild President of Makerere University, who is the host, and all the Guild Presidents, all the delegations, students, ladies, and gentlemen. My role here this afternoon is very simple: to relay to you the message of His Excellency the President, and thereafter invite His Excellency Uhuru, my brother, my friend, to make his address. Before I do that, allow me to welcome Your Excellency Uhuru to Uganda and ask all of us to give him a loud round of applause. For accepting to create time for this very important ceremony and also travel specifically for this ceremony, which sincerely do appreciate. Secondly, allow me to hail the warm bilateral relationship between our sister countries, the Republic of Kenya and the Republic of Uganda. I bring all of you warm greetings from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. I will continue speaking after you have appreciated his greetings. Thank you very much for appreciating his greetings, because he knows that you are all his bazukulu. Let me congratulate all of you, the Guild Presidents, on successfully hosting this very important summit here this afternoon. I will now proceed to make a message of His Excellency the President to you. Your Excellency Uhuru, whenever the presidents delegate a representative, there is a written message. But I would like to share with you the message of His Excellency the President, which was communicated on phone. I think written messages used to be very common before the mobile phones were, before the advent of the mobile phones. But now with the mobile phones, His Excellency the President can even give his message on phone. And I ask you to listen keenly, because you will not have a written message. Firstly, he asked me to share with you. He gave me only 3 points. He asked me to, Your Excellency, to share with the youth, the Guild Presidents, the 3 historical missions, the 3 points on the historical mission of NRM, including strategic security, nationalism, but in addition to that, prosperity for all. Those are the 3 points which he asked me to share with Your Excellency and the distinguished audience in this House. And on wealth creation, Uganda will continue to prioritize the involvement of the youth in the socio-economic transformation of our country. And Uganda has already guided through responsible MDAs that the wealth and the jobs are in 4 sectors. The sector of commercial agriculture, manufacturing and industry, services sector, and the ICT sector. And Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda will continue to have an economy which is based on export promotion and import substitution. An economy which is independent, self-sustaining, and integrated. And the youth of Uganda are all welcome, and some are already participating in building that economy. An economy which is to lead Uganda to an industrialized country, like many countries in Africa are doing. So I would like to invite all the youth to participate in the socio-economic transformation of Uganda in those 4 sectors which I have highlighted. Because when we do that, we enable our country to achieve Vision 2040. For the case of Africa, Vision 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals for the case of the United Nations. Your Excellency, His Excellency the President asked me also to use one example, that when you produce goods in one part of the country, in one part of the continent, it should teach you and I, it should teach all of us to value each other. He specifically asked me to tell you that for the case of Banyankole, they produce similar products, e.g. milk, maybe bananas, and so on. And the people who the Banyankole need most are those that do not come from Ankole and those who do not produce those similar products. Because with the value addition now, those products can be marketed anywhere within Uganda, anywhere within East Africa, anywhere in the African market. And what am I suggesting? I'm suggesting that as you, the guild leaders, meet here, you must embrace unity. You must embrace the spirit of Pan-Africanism. You must embrace the spirit of hard work. Because it is very easy to say what I'm saying, but more often than not, it is a bit difficult to make implementation on a collective level. Let us, as the youth, involve ourselves in creating wealth, prosperity for the country, and prosperity for all of us. When you come from another part of the country, you may be producing another product, and therefore you need other people to buy that product. So the first point is very clear, Your Excellency, is on prosperity, and that prosperity should be tagged to where you will find the market. And that gives me great pleasure because I recognize the fact that here we have the East African scope. And that means that when we are looking at for the market, we shall get the market in the East African countries. We shall get the market in COMESA. And we shall get the market in the African Continental Free Trade Area. So, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first strategic point which His Excellency the President asked me to share with you. The second one I have already highlighted on it, and that is strategic security. And here, Uganda is looking at military security, political security, economic security, environmental security, and cultural or social, if you like to call it. Your Excellency, security is a fundamental pillar, is a fundamental prerequisite. It is a bedrock without which economic transformation cannot take place. So Uganda will continue to provide all the people of Uganda peace from border to border. We all know the history of Uganda. The Honorable Matthew Rukikaire has just told you how he was in Kenya doing special duties in order to liberate Uganda. We all know, especially for those who come from northern Uganda, the 2-decade conflict which ravaged the social infrastructure and services in that part of the country. For those of you who come from Karamoja, you know that conflict of cattle rustling, which distorted the development of the whole region and even the neighboring areas. And it even crosses over to Your Excellency, the Pokot of Kenya and the Turkana of Kenya. For those of you who come from Kasese, you know the intermittent challenges that Uganda has over the years faced in that direction of the country. You can name them until cows come back home. I have many examples where I come from in Teso sub-region. So Your Excellency, I'm here to assure the youth on behalf of His Excellency the President that Uganda is now safe and Uganda will forever be safe for you to make the choice, to make an investment, to produce and get the products to the market without any challenges. I thought we would thank His Excellency the President for that. Because of that peace and security, we can now talk about being a middle-income class country. And we are moving forward towards becoming upper middle-income class country and beyond. The government of Uganda has invested, Your Excellency, heavily on the youth who are here, including myself. The youth who are here are very healthy because of the government program of immunization for all. When they were still young children. Immunization for all is a reason. That's why we are now talking about 80% of the youth being under 30 years. Because the maternal mortality in the country and the infant mortality in the country is now history. The killer diseases can hardly kill the young children because of the immunization. So I want to thank first your parents for responding to the NRM program of immunization for all. And when they say the parent responded to those programs, there is no way you can deviate from the parents. I call upon all of you to continue listening out and checking out on areas, on programs of government where you as the youth can benefit, especially the livelihood programs of government. So that security, food security, there is also an issue of food security. So it can fit very well under this security issue, under environment. We know that Uganda is gifted by nature, very beautiful country. Water bodies, fresh water bodies, Lake Kyoga, Lake Victoria, some of them are shared. We have very beautiful forests, flora and fauna. I would like Your Excellency to use this opportunity to remind the youth, I know that they already know, that that category of nature that God gave us falls under environmental security. And it is your role and responsibility to work with the corresponding MDAs of government to ensure that our environment is intact. I know that many of you have projects on tree planting, many of you have projects on recovery of the areas which are deforested. I encourage you to continue doing that. With an environment which is intact, we stand to continue attracting huge numbers of tourists, and that means a lot to our resource envelope, and that means a lot to the sustainability of our economy. On the political security, Your Excellency, since NRM came to power, there is now the government of constitutionalism, the rule of law, and democracy. Every 5 years, we go out for an election. I got the message from the panelists here on some challenges of election procedures. But very important to note is that first and foremost, after every 5 years, the NRM government guarantees that they are going to be an election as per the Constitution. So you are the brains, you are the pillars, you are the resource of the country. This is a time that you use dialogue to fix the gray areas which you have noticed, and government may have also noticed. And I like the method of identifying good mechanisms of working together without creating counterproductive actions. So look at the way you as the youth of East Africa, you as the youth of Uganda, can fix those challenges. There is someone who always reminds me when I call him, says that you see what you can also do. See what you can also do. As we go back after this summit, let's also think about what we can also do that can positively impact on the situation that you think is getting out of hand. Your Excellency, finally on nationalism. On nationalism, but on the security, we need to also work together as East African countries in order to avert the global challenges. And you are alone, you may have your armed forces. But because of what my senior, Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda said, you may not manage alone to deal with the global challenge if you are an independent country. But once you have a bloc like the East African bloc, the Southern African bloc, and so on and so forth, you can combine the weapons which every country has. I'm not telling you to go and start combining the weapons, but we are saying that why do we have to have an integrated strategic security system as a region? Because we can have the capacity to deal with global challenges. And the representative of the European Union is here. I think he stands as a very good example. How did the European Union create the bloc and why? One of the reasons is to deal with global challenges. Africa was colonized long ago, and Africa should never be colonized again. And that's why, as you are here, you should speak in terms of projections. How do you want Africa to be in the next 5 years? How do you want Africa to be in the next 10 years? How will Africa look like in the next 30 years? I am sure because of what the Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Honorable Ruhikaire, and His Excellency the President, they did that. They projected how they wanted Uganda to be at that time when they were in the liberation struggle. And we, you and I, are now the beneficiaries of their projection. So I would like you to ask a question. Who will be the beneficiaries of your projection? And what will those beneficiaries achieve in your projection. That's how it works. Generations must be interconnected. And Your Excellency, I am happy because in Uganda, there is no discrimination based on gender, based on religion, based on tribe, and even based on age. That's why His Excellency the President has just celebrated 80 years, but all these Bazugulu here are saying they want him again to vote him next year. They are all voting him. That is the meaning of the interconnectedness of the age groups. When I was a Minister of Youth for Children Affairs, we used to say that we have 3 categories of youth. The first category is the senior youth. The second category is the elderly youth. And the third category is a youth. So you can now gauge where you belong out of those 3. And that means that even His Excellency the President belongs with you, belongs to you, one of the age groups of the youth. And I want to thank you for demonstrating that you really have confidence in him and the NRM. Even those who are not clapping are clapping in their hearts. Your Excellency, that's what we do in Uganda. Those who don't clap, they are clapping in their hearts. And they are the ones who are appreciating the message most. So, strategic security for East Africa and for Africa to avert global threats. Finally, Your Excellency, leaders, nationalism. Nationalism, unity. His Excellency the President has asked me to continue encouraging you to be the youth that love their country and that are very enthusiastic to build their country, regardless of the challenges. The youth are, first of all, physically strong. The youth have so many miles to walk compared to the old people. And therefore, in case of anything, you should be the ones preserving what the government has already consolidated in order to build on. With this kind of conference, a leader like me would not like to hear about a strike again in Makerere University or any other university in the region. You know how much, someone remembers me when I was the Minister of Education, there were strikes when I was the Minister of Education in the universities, in the secondary schools. But with summits like this, we think that those kinds of counterproductive activities can be averted through other means of sharing with the management of the universities. So you, the youth, should preserve what the country has and work hard to build on more and more. The youth have a platform in Uganda and also in all African countries and indeed East Africa. We do meet in other regional meetings with His Excellency when the President sends me. The youth now in Africa, all of them have a platform at the village level. They speak at the village meeting, the council, the village council. They have, by law, they are part of the council at the village level. They are part of the council members at the parish level. They are part of the council members at the sub-county level. They are part of the council members at the district level, and indeed at the parliament. Specifically, the youth seats are secured. We do have the youth councils, the structures from national to the grassroots, and many other fora. So I encourage all of you to connect to each other, to meaningfully use those arenas which by law have been created for you. Because when you do that, you appreciate the level in which government has invested in all of you. Uganda remains one of the best investment destinations globally. Uganda remains one of the best tourism destinations globally. That's where you are having as a starting point. And maybe the Honorable Rukikaire Matthew did not have that as a starting point. Maybe the time the Honorable Rugunda was a youth, that was not a starting point. So because you have a much more firm and solid starting point, we also, the elders, have high expectations on you. And please do not disappoint us. Finally, I would like you to refer to your theme of today, lead us with integrity. I would like to give you a word of counsel. Many of you may be Christians, but some may be Muslims. But the Bible has a very thin difference between the two. So what the quotation I'm going to give you applies to all of you, the people who read the Quran and the people who read the Bible. And it is very short and easy to remember. And this is in light of your theme. And the quotation is, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Can we repeat that? You may have seen it somewhere already, but I would like to re-emphasize that that's a very important point. Spirituality in Africa is a reality. We are very God-fearing people. And in Uganda, you can refer even to our motto, which says, for God and my country. You are the pillars of our country, and please remain guided. Accept guidance. Once in a while, when the parent gives you guidance, listen. When a university administrator gives you guidance, listen. When a political leader comes to interact with you, listen. I know that at this age, the brain is too much focused towards the rights. You have enormous rights, enormous rights. As the student leaders, as the youth, and every other Ugandan citizen, we have the rights. But let me remind you that those rights come with responsibilities. Every time you point out you are right, be quick also to attach a responsibility on that right. Every time you want to exercise your right, be quick to underscore the impact of that right on those near you and those across the country. Because if you do that, then you will not be walking alone. Because they say when you walk alone, you will walk very far, you will reach very far, very fast. But when you walk as a team, what happens when you walk as a team? When you walk alone, then you walk as a team, all those things are in your hearts. I encourage you to walk as teams. And most importantly, work as a team with the NRM government. Your Excellency, this meeting has reminded me about the competition which I went in Machakos sometime back when I was a second lieutenant. We went there for games of the army, shooting, competing to shoot, but not shooting people. I hope there is no record there that we shot anyone. His Excellency says we didn't shoot a person. You shoot the tag. And every year, the East African Armed Forces come together for their activities. Every year, the senior secondary schools have their games and sports. So I strongly support the idea that every year, these guild presidents in the region should commit to continue hosting a summit on a rotational level. I was not given that point, but arising from the messages which have been spoken. But when I also go back, I will have the privilege to report to His Excellency the President and also note that that is strongly one of my recommendations. Is it supported? Thank you very much. And when I was speaking to your chairperson, where is the chairperson? I was speaking to your chairperson, who was telling me that you also rely on so much on donations. So I was also telling him that we can also make a request to government. For me particularly, to His Excellency the President. I am happy that His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta is also here. So you might also go there and do the same. We recommend that this Guild President Summit be made an annual and recognized annual event where you come and share experiences, exchange knowledge, learn from each other. It's very important. And it builds strong connections and deepens the integration, as my brother and senior Right Honorable Rugunda has said. So I am here to say that I'm prepared to walk with you the journey which you would like to take together. And finally, Your Excellency, I would like to thank the Professor Nawangwe. Thank you for steering our alma mater. It is easy to say that me, I'm an OG of Makerere. So thank you for steering our institution. And all the leaders who have come from different countries, thank you for coming to Uganda. Stay longer. And when you return, please send our warm greetings to the other friends and brothers of ours in the East African region. And those who have come from beyond Africa, the same. Your Excellency, I would have continued to speak now my things, but when I was being briefed in the morning, His Excellency even was quick to say, since you are the one going to invite His Excellency to speak, don't talk so much. Just say a few points and then you invite him. So I would now like to take this singular honor and privilege to invite Your Excellency to address us. Let us stand up and welcome His Excellency the President as he comes to speak to us.
Please be seated. Thank you. Unless you want to stand for a bit longer and stretch your legs, Jermaine. Thank you. Your Excellency and my dear sister and friend, Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Dr. Rukana Rugunda, Patron of the Guild's President's Leadership Academy, a man who I had the pleasure to serve under when I was Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya and he was Prime Minister of Uganda. Mzee wetu, Mzee Ruchikaire, I hope this one-year-old has not let you down. We are still struggling and moving on. the Vice Chancellor of this esteemed facility, Makerere University, Guild presidents, student leaders from across our East Africa region, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say what an honor it is to stand here to address this very distinguished gathering of young leaders from across the East African region. I myself are extremely happy to be here in this great city of Kampala, which I consider to be my home away from home. And from here, all of you who have come from different parts of East Africa, as you sit atop this Makerere hill, all I can say is that that is reminiscent and a sight that has been shared by many, many over the years. Allow me at the very onset to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Guild President's Leadership Academy for organizing this summit, and also to Makerere University, through you, Vice Chancellor, for hosting us at this esteemed institution, which, as you reminded us, is the foundation of East African higher education. All of us are children of Makerere, and we are happy and proud to be. And we're also happy to see that Makerere continues to serve as the furnace upon whose flames the ideologies of many African leaders in the past, and most definitely in the future, will continue to be forged. So, ladies and gentlemen, getting straight to the point, to state that today we are living in a tumultuous time would be somewhat of an understatement. The traditional world order that we have become accustomed to is being appended before our very eyes. The forces of nationalistic politics are fast eroding the foundations of multilateral institutional frameworks that have formed the substructure of global geopolitics for many decades. From the uncertain policies emanating from Washington, D.C., that are reshaping the rules of global trade, to the all-consuming conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza that risk becoming the nuclei for wider regional conflicts, we are indeed witnessing a watershed moment in the history of our world. As an African leader, I view these developments from a somewhat broader context beyond the uncertainty of growing global tensions. I recognize that we, as Africans, are simultaneously besieged by disruption, chaos, and confusion on the one end, but also, I believe, immense opportunity and promise of prosperity on the other end. To illustrate further on this statement that seems contradictory on the face of it, I will draw from two examples that some of you may find familiar, given the fact that it was mentioned here also.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the fourth president of the...
Oh, okay. The first is the recent suspension of USAID funding, primarily directed at developing nations. And the second is a glimpse at the direction that European politics is taking and its implications on Africa. Whereas the stoppage of US-led international development aid has had an immediate and far-reaching implications on our fragile healthcare systems, I believe it has also been a much-needed wake-up call to our leaders and policymakers, that they should recognize that our economies have become woefully dependent on the charity of foreign governments, and it is now the time to lay the foundation for self-sufficiency. The sunset of USAID has forced a level of economic policy introspection unseen in Africa for decades. And I believe the situation calls for a serious rethink in our development priorities as African governments. Difficult and unfamiliar choices will have to be made going forward. Our governments across the continent must weigh whether buying bullets to restock their armories is better than use of scarce resources for producing vaccines and mosquito nets needed to protect our infants from disease. Prioritization of expenditure in the absence of African-financed subsidies in the health sector and in the education sector means that more attention is going to be paid by our citizens to the way governments handle their finances. And this will inevitably translate into demands for greater public participation and transparency in public financial management. The second I mentioned is what we are seeing in Western Europe with each passing year. More and more governments are leaning further and further to the right. The election of populist, nationalist administrations has been catalyzed by various factors. Among them, the huge cost of living attributed to the side effects of global shocks, and the scramble for stretched social services. Services that must be shared with millions of migrants flowing in from Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and significantly from Africa. This right-leaning scenario that we see in Europe has some near-term implications for Africa. The truth of the matter is, the Europeans no longer want to see our immigrant boats laden with our young men and women landing on their shores. They are currently busy enacting laws to ensure that we never set foot in their countries, to partake in their resources without proper immigration documents. Our young people will soon have nowhere left to escape, nowhere to run away from the wars and poverty that define much of our continent's present realities. So what? With nowhere to go but home, with no one to turn to but themselves, I believe that our young people, and that is you, will eventually wake up to the fact that there is no global rescue mission coming to save you. We must save ourselves from a future of despair. You, our young people, will have to play your part in reshaping the destinies of our countries of birth, and you will help us realize that this is the moment for each and every one of you to step onto the stage. Your time has come. In both these examples that I have drawn from, there is a clear illustration of the type of challenges that define the moment that we are currently living in. Conversely, the same examples also provide the perfect segue for us to explore the opportunities that exist for a new generation of young leaders. A generation who will chart a better path for Africa, and I do believe that is what has brought us together this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we seek to navigate the challenges of our time, let us take a moment to reflect on three questions that I believe will serve to frame the context of our discussion, and some of them actually I have already witnessed being raised here today. And the first of these is, what does it mean to be a young African in a world where developed nations are focusing inward, prioritizing their national interests over their global responsibilities? The second is, what does it mean to be a young African living on a continent that has over 35 non-international armed conflicts taking place, with millions facing displacement and food insecurity as a result? And lastly, what does it mean to be a young African competing for limited economic opportunities with close to 1 billion other young people across our continent? These, my friends, are existential questions for you, the young people of Africa, and they cannot be easily answered without a deeper understanding of how we arrived at this point. With the exception of Ethiopia, most of the rest of Africa has a dark colonial past that has, in a large part, been shaped, and has for the large part, shaped by the thinking of post-independence generations. When the wave of liberation swept across Africa in the early 1960s, late 1950s, it heralded new beginnings for all of us, as we have heard from our fathers here. It was an opportunity to govern ourselves and to determine our priorities. As our leaders sought to dismantle the vestiges of colonialism, there was widespread optimism that our newly independent states would create the environment for their citizens to thrive. You heard how, even in East Africa, they wanted from day one to form a federation right from the onset. And for a time, we lived the dream and savored the early wins of being our own masters. However, unfortunately, over time, instead of dismantling the colonial legacy, we inherited it and customized it even further to create a new African style of leadership, a style that leaned heavily on patronage, ethnic and religious mobilization, elitism and favoritism, the result of which was a quick deterioration in national cohesion, the entrenchment of corruption as an evil that led to the stagnation of our economies. There's a story President Museveni likes to tell of a leader, I don't like mentioning names, but one of our forefathers, who, when being questioned as to why he didn't want this federation to proceed, couldn't give a good explanation. But another Ugandan parliamentarian challenged him and said, the problem is that you want to be a big fish in a little pond so that you can sit on all the other little fish. And unfortunately, that was the mentality that resulted in many a problem on this continent. These weaknesses exposed our underbellies and left us vulnerable once again to the whims of foreign powers. They have exposed these vulnerabilities in our political constructs to manipulate our development trajectory as Africans, and unfortunately we are almost back to square one. This, however, is a story of years gone by. It does not have to be how our future will evolve. Now that you have an insight as to how we got here, I believe let us focus our attention on how to get out of this quandary that we find ourselves in. And we begin this by taking the first question: what does it mean today to be a young African in a world where developed nations are focused inward, prioritizing their national interests? Ladies and gentlemen, having served as president, I appreciate fully the pressure that elected leaders face on a daily basis. They have to be in tune with the mood and desires of their voting public and be seen to be directing the government's energies towards addressing these demands. Can we therefore really blame the governments of developed nations for responding to their needs, to the needs of their own citizens above all others? We can't. That is what they do. So us as well, it is time for us to also stop lamenting about the inward-looking policies of faraway democracies and nations. And we should instead be asking ourselves, why is it that we as Africans don't prioritize our own interests above all else? The duty of a responsible government is to discharge its primary mandate of serving the interests of its citizens. In many nations across Africa, we have somehow managed to invert the order of this relationship. Instead, the citizens are subservient to the government and are compelled to adjust their behavior in order to promote the interests of the state, which in many instances are almost indistinguishable from personal interests. So you, as young African leaders, you know well as I do that this situation is untenable. The economic opportunities you desire in order to live your best lives can only be created by governments that are designed to serve the citizens and not governments whose only reason for existence is to exploit, manipulate, and drain the resources of their countries and citizens for personal good. That is what is happening in all these conflicts you see around here. Don't be cheated, they are about anything else. Ni pesa. Yeah? People are killing each other, people are allowing their children to be killed, people are causing all sorts of problems, claiming this and claiming that and claiming the other. It's all about their pockets. Yeah? And that's why when they are finished destroying their countries, you see them board planes and you never hear from them again, but you never see your money again, and you are left licking your wounds. You must stop that. Yeah? Allow me to remind you once again that there is nobody coming to our rescue, and in a world that is becoming more insular, there will soon be nowhere to run. So let us fix our continent. It is therefore my considered submission that the answer to our first question is that you as young leaders must recognize that this is your independence moment and that you are officially the freedom fighters of this era. You are the last line of defense in the battle to rescue the heart and soul of Africa for the sake of future generations. And your mission is to embrace your civic duty and choose governments that are responsive to your needs. Young leaders in East Africa, ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to the second question. What does it mean to be a young African living in a continent that has over 35 non-international armed conflicts taking place, with millions facing displacement and food insecurity? Today in Africa, from the Sahel to the Great Lakes to the Horn, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea, over 500 million of your colleagues and counterparts are caught up in some type of armed conflict or political strife. Inevitably, these are impacting mostly women, children, and the young people. I talked earlier about how the colonial legacy was replaced in many countries by a style of leadership that draws its strength from creating and exploiting societal fissures along religious, racial, or ethnic lines as a pretext for the accumulation of economic and political power by a select few. I hold the view that this is never going to be a stable method of governance for the long term for a number of basic reasons. Firstly, the corruption that arises from it only serves to undermine public interest and diverts resources from essential services, sowing the seeds of resentment among the populace. Secondly, the politics of ethnicity, favoritism, and patronage at the expense of meritocracy are the quickest ways in which to erode national unity. Thirdly, personalization of the state means that institutions designed to safeguard continuity of governments are weakened. In all these three instances, you end up with a large section of the population that are physically resident within the borders of a country, but are psychologically and emotionally disengaged. That is what you call apathy. And I heard you guys trying to talk here about apathy. That is what causes apathy, because the people you want to lead are disengaged from yourselves. And I just want to refer, I was listening very carefully to everything that was going and being said. And I heard somebody, what do we do about, our voters who are asking us for money, They're asking us for money. They're asking you for money because you, as a leader, have failed. It is, no matter how many laws you put in place to stop, we are going to cap how much money is going to be given, somebody will still give the money, law or no law. The problem is to fix the issue. Because your primary responsibility as a member of parliament, my friend, is to represent your people, is to oversight the government of the day. All right? Now, if you have failed in your responsibility of representing your people to ensure that the government of the day has given them their ambulance, that has given them their health center, has given them their school and water, why are you then surprised when the Mwananchi comes to you and says, I want this ambulance and you are supposed to bring it to me? But he's not asking it from you. He's asking it from you because you have failed in your duty to represent. And that is why we are saying we want leaders of integrity who will go and stand for what their people have sent them to parliament to do. You were sent to parliament to go and speak on behalf of your people, not to speak on behalf of your stomach, my friend. This is the problem we're having here. And we must be honest with each other. Yeah? So if you are to be leaders, you must be led by service to your people, not service to your stomach. That is the reason you seek leadership. Yeah? That is why, and that is how you will change this country. That is how you will change East Africa. That is how you will change Africa. That is how you will get the world to recognize you. That is how you will get the world to respect you. That is how we will stop being beggars. That is how your children will have hope instead of going to die in some sea there, crossing to Europe to look for nothing. Na hakuna kitu huko. Yeah? Yeah? Unawacha matoke hapa ati uende ukakule Burger King na McDonald's kule. Sasa who is the fool? Your matoke here fresh, wonderful and beautiful, to go and line up huko ukula burger ambaye inakunonesha tumbo tu na hakuna kitu inakufanya. Oh. Ama ni namna gani? Yes, that is the way. So, let me continue. I'm sorry. Yeah. In all three instances, you end up, like I said, with a large section of the population that is physically resident within the borders of a country, but is psychologically and emotionally disengaged. A people excluded from the role of nation building because they feel like they are outsiders or bystanders in their own country. At the root of almost every crisis in our part of the world, the common denominator is the absence of inclusive, responsive leadership. Further, I believe it is essential for you as young leaders to appreciate the fact that these fissure lines that I speak about are visible beyond our continent. Others can see these fissures. They are looking at us through their ambassadors and their high commissioners. They are looking at us. You think wamekuja hapa ati ku encourage bilateral. Wamekuja hapa kujua how much more can we get. Yeah? Right? These fissures, they are visible to them. And as such, they have made our continent fair game for destructive proxy wars sponsored by nations with significant economic and military strength. These actors have the strategic intent of using the chaos and confusion perpetrated by self-serving leaders across our human capital to access our human capital, our mineral wealth, our agricultural potential, to grow their own economies at our own expense. To compound this further, society is experiencing these levels of internal discontent, are susceptible to an even more sinister type of enemy, and that is violent extremism. Organizations hell-bent on disseminating and entrenching their misguided ideologies through violence. And we know, you see in Kenya we have Al-Shabaab, here you have ADF causing problems all across the border, disturbing citizens, not allowing people to move forward. But why are these groups able to do that? They're able to do that because there is somehow feeling that there is a vacuum which they want to come here and push, because we have also failed in trying to have this inclusive society. If we were one, these would not be problems. Al-Shabaab problem, ADF problem would be a problem of East Africa, not a problem of individual countries. You don't have the capacity. These people have no color. You know, they have no tribe. They just have an ideology which is warped. So today they will bomb you in Kampala, tomorrow they'll be bombing me in Kiambu, or they'll be bombing somebody else in Dar es Salaam. But if we were together, we are able to fight and to confront these issues, while at the same time working towards the prosperity of our nations. So, the peace and security crisis that looms over many parts of our continent is a clear and present danger to Africa's long-term viability as a going concern. And if we don't find ways to resolve these conflicts soon, we may have generations of young people wiped out as cannon fodder, and with them, any prospect of uplifting the lives of our people. So you millennials and Gen Zs and all of us, we are also told we are young people by the Vice President. I agree, even me, I'm still young. So you're told you're as young as you feel. Me, I feel young. So, but anyway, there are those who are millennials. You have your Gen Zs here as well. Allow me to state this point once more for emphasis. Nobody outside of Africa is coming to save you. Do not have any misguided thought that there's anybody who is coming to save you. In the words of Elridge Cleaver, an American writer and civil rights activist, you are either going to be part of the solution or you are part of the problem. This message holds true today as it did decades ago at the height of America's civil rights movement. The good news also, however, I believe, is that I have witnessed such a pivotal moment to effect change. All the elements necessary to bring about lasting and irreversible change are currently within your grasp as young people. And why You say, do I say this? And let me just say, for starters, again, as has been mentioned, the demographics, first and foremost, are in your favor. The median age across our African continent in 2025 is 19.3 years, against a global median of 30.4 years. This means that over 65% of all Africans are below the age of 25. You have the numbers, you have the time, you have the energy to get involved and stay involved in governance discussions until you effect the change you wish to see. You have the time. Our elder there, here, told us that when he stood here starting his journey, he was 23 years old. He's now 88, going 89, still fighting. Some of you have not even touched 23, and you are lamenting. My friend, this is a call to action. Get up and start moving. This is your call to action. Now. Now is the time. Now, not tomorrow, not the day after, not after you graduate. No, now is the time. Now. So, like I say, you have the numbers, you have the time, and you have the energy to get involved and stay involved in governance discussions until you effect the change you want to see. Furthermore, you are also the beneficiaries of years of investment in education and digital connectivity. You have the knowledge. You are, in essence, the first children of that knowledge economy, the true digital natives of Africa. The democratization of access to information through the internet means that very few secrets are left. Very, very few. Very, very few secrets. The asymmetry of information in favor of government has always been a tool to manage the perception of populations. This is no longer the case. You know what we know. In many cases, you know it better because you have understood how to leverage the essential tools of today, such as artificial intelligence and the power of social media. Me, when I go and make a small statement somewhere, I think I'll be hidden myself in the middle of the bush. By the time I am getting home for lunch with my wife, she's asking me, what were you doing talking out there? How do you know where I was? It's already, you young people have already pressed these buttons and it's all over. He was there and he said this. So we are living in a very dangerous time. Be very careful, especially of those of you who have 2 girlfriends. Mujichunge sana. I hear these days they can even follow you, you know. She can just say, I don't know, follow me or track me, I don't know what. And you've said you've gone to study in, I don't know, the library, and she finds you in some. Be very careful. Things are very dangerous these days. So lastly on this point is that over the last 60 years or so, as our countries have developed, so have the living and migration patterns of our citizens. And this is a wonderful fact. Millions of families have moved from rural towns to large urban settings in search of opportunity and better life. This migration has created a new generation of non-ethnically homogeneous populations across the country. The result, millions of young people born out of intermarriages and unshackled by the negative weight of ethnic identity are slowly becoming the majority. As I alluded to you earlier in my speech, never before have there been such ideal conditions to break loose from the generational curse of our forefathers and of some of us that saw us remain chained to ethnic and cultural differences as a way to distribute wealth and political power. Finally, let us tackle the last one that I posed to you. What does it mean to be a young African competing for limited economic opportunities with close to 1 billion other young Africans? And I believe we need to see our strength in numbers as Africans. And in spite of having the world's youngest population and a market size of over 1.5 billion people, Africa still accounts for less than 2.5% of global trade. We have designed our trade corridors to favor extraction as opposed to intra-Africa trade, meaning that today it is easier for a Kenyan or a Ugandan to sell tomatoes and avocados to the European Union than it is to supply our brethren in West Africa. Similarly, unfortunately, it is easier for an American or European passport holder to visit African countries visa-free than it is for an African to traverse their own continent. If we are to create economic opportunities for our youth, we need to remove the barriers that prevent the actualization of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, of the East African Protocol on Trade. We need to remove every single barrier. We must stop being paranoid about each other and give preferential treatments to African passport holders to visit and to do business anywhere on their continent. We must design our transport and logistics infrastructure to point inward, to facilitate more cross-border trade by allowing for the affordable and efficient movement of people, goods, and services across our continent. And closer to home, we need to reflect on our education curricula. Are we training our children for the jobs of the future? The advancements in technology have rendered many traditional careers irrelevant, yet we are still spending millions of dollars every year encouraging our children to pursue courses that will lead them to nowhere. Today, the world needs doers, people who can get things done. This is the preference of functionality over form, as one of you here had mentioned. We need functionality. So I would summarize my response to the third question as follows. One, we must increase our share of global trade as Africans by deliberately focusing on intra-Africa trade or East African trade. Two, we need to evolve our education system to encourage our youth to be entrepreneurial and tailor our curricula to be fit for purpose in the knowledge economy. And three, we need to actively influence the adoption of domestic policies on macroeconomic management that create a conducive environment for the private sector to thrive. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've always been passionate about the role of our youth in leadership, and it is a subject that I can talk about for hours on end. However, I'm cognizant that today we are limited in time to exchange these ideas. So I would just like to touch on some perspectives that I have garnered from my 30 years or so in active politics and my 10 years as President of the Republic of Kenya. And these perspectives delve into the basics of leadership and what I feel are the irreducible minimums that we must all aspire to as leaders in the new world that we are navigating. The first of these is integrity and leadership. And this is not merely a moral idea, it is a practical necessity. It involves a conviction to do right when it is costly, and to serve when it is easier to exploit. Integrity builds legitimacy, and legitimacy fosters peace. Leadership is a journey filled with challenges and triumphs. Reflecting on my own tenure, I did face numerous challenges, including corruption, rising debt levels, so on and so forth. But these experiences taught me that humility, listening, and continuous learning are the core to ethical leadership. Courage, my friends, courage is the underestimated quality, but it is something that you shall require in abundance if you are to transcend ethnic mobilization for power, short-term populism, and dependency on elite networks. Leadership should be based on vision and competence, not tribal affiliations. Policies should be designed for long-term national benefit, not immediate political gain. Opportunities should be accessible to all based on merit and hard work. Focused and determined is what you shall need to be in order to confront the status quo and compel a shift to a merit-based governance model that values competence over connections, transparency over transactional politics, and places citizens, not politicians, at the center of public service. Young leaders, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to recognize that universities like this are not just centers of learning, but they are incubators of change. They nurture values, ethics, and civic consciousness. You, as guild presidents and student leaders, are not merely representatives of your peers. You are the trustees of tomorrow's Africa. Your leadership today will shape the governance structures of our nations tomorrow. The power of an integrated East Africa lies in shared values, youth-led civic movements, and collaborative governance reforms. I encourage the creation of a cross-border youth action plan for integrity as outlined in your own summit agenda. You are the first true East African generation. Think beyond borders. Think vision. For you, your sake, and for the sake of future generations, my call to action for our youth is to lead with conviction, not convenience. To our institutions, I ask you, empower and equip these young leaders meaningfully with the skills and knowledge they need to actualize their potential. To the development partner present, it is my hope that you shall consciously invest in an integrity-driven leadership development. It is said that history is often written by the powerful, but the future will be shaped by the principle. I express hope in this generation's courage, creativity, and conscience. I reiterate support once again for the GPLA's mission and Makerere University's leadership in all of this. Let your voices rise not just as echoes of the past, but as my father said, as architects of a new dawn, an East Africa that works for all and leaves no one behind. I thank you all for your attention. May God bless you. May God bless our beautiful region of East Africa and our wonderful continent of Africa. Asante ni sana. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, for that wonderful, electrifying and moving, inspiring speech. We would have listened on and on, but as they say, time is not usually our best ally, and we have to move on to other ceremonies even after here. But thank you very much, and may God bless you as well. We have two brief ceremonies left to go through. One, we are going to have some awards, and I'm going to be asked to be guided first by the protocol team. There are some of our guests who are going to be awarded some gifts. And then shortly after, we will have 3 photo ops or photo pictures taken, only 3 of them, and so that we can allow our dignitaries to depart. Your Excellencies, sorry for the consultation moment, and with your indulgence, may I kindly request once again the Vice President representing the President of the Republic of Uganda to come and take one of those seats. May I request the former President Uhuru to come forward and take one of those seats. May I request our elders, Dr. Rwakana Rugunda, together with Honorable Matthew, to accompany them to come up for the picture opportunity, and then I will invite the rest to follow them after. Protocol team, kindly, let's work fast and guide our excellencies to come up. The Vice Chancellor of Makerere University also come up. The Vice Chancellor. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission also come up. The chairperson of Electoral Commission. May I now invite the following persons: Demiano Masesa, the President, come forward. Kato Laban, Natasha Keitesi, Kichoncho Brenda, Kenneth Amponda, Patience Baseka, come and take a picture with our dignitaries. And then after that, we will have the former guild presidents. The former guild presidents together with the current guild president. Can I request the deputy EU head to come? There is one chair here which is not occupied. the former guild presidents and the current guild president. As this picture is being taken, can you get ready? As the pictures are being taken, allow me also recognize Sarah Kajingo was guild president in 1997, one of the few lady guild presidents Makerere has ever had. She's among the guild presidents, former guild presidents coming to take pictures. As that lot is taking pictures, the Akesu team, the team from Kenya, the association, get ready in a corner so that immediately after this team, you come forward. Let's ensure that we don't knock ourselves. Once this team has done their part, you depart and leave space. Only those who are sitting and the chair of the guild leadership and the organizing team can remain. Okay, now the guild presidents can now depart. Let's leave only the organizing team, Masesa and his team. The former guild presidents can now depart. Let's allow now Akesu team, the team from our brothers and sisters from Kenya, association members from Kenya. It's a pleasure to all of us host our former leader and our leader indeed currently as well with us today. Okay, let's have it in two batches. Can we first cut that group? Hold on, so that we all take a picture with our dignitaries. Let's have one team, and then you depart. That one. Okay, and then let's have the second round. Let this second team depart from this side. Let's be organized, leaders. Let's depart from this side. Let's depart from this side, so that the other team fills this space. Let's create way this side, excuse me. Leave only the organizing team. I know them, they're about 4 or 5 only. Let's move. Yes, so that we come this side, come this side, come and fill this side as well. I think we are now going to the last team, the visiting guild leaders from the regions. Only the guild leaders now to take pictures with our dignitaries sitting here. Now, I need that background all empty. Only now the guild, visiting guild leaders from within the region. The visiting guild leaders from across the region not from Uganda, the visiting. That's what I said. We have awards of certificates to finish, so can we finalize that? Photographers, you're done? The background can now be cleared. Allow us now request. Take two. There are some certificates that have been prepared here to be awarded by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to and they will be handed to him by Ndogo Rugunda. Take to him.
The representative from GIZ, EU, and the Germans, the partners. Representative, we can move here faster. EU, GIZ, come here for a certificate. Let's move faster. Davina. While they come, Electoral Commission, you need to prepare and move close. I know the chair is here, but hopefully the chair would want to have the other team. Yeah, the commissioner, Dr. GIZ, yes. GIZ, come. GIZ, yeah, please. Yeah, let me. Electoral Commission, Dr. Simba, I want to take this opportunity to recognize you, Commissioner, Electoral Commission. Thank you for the work you're doing. Electoral Commission, Chair, are you coming to receive with the Commissioner? Dr. Simba, yes. Go to Akina Mama Africa, representative from Akina Mama Africa. Is Jean here? Akina Mama Africa, Jean. Okay, while they come, we shall go to UNICAF. UNICAF, you need to move faster. Yeah, Jean is coming. UNICAF. Jean, you come for the certificate. Yes, Mama is here. Jean, you can move faster. NEC, National Enterprise Corporation, the Uzima team. Yeah, Jean, Akina Mama Africa. Thank you. NEC, Sarah, you can pick for neck. You can hurry if you. Sarah, you hurry and pick for neck on behalf of neck. National Enterprise Corporation. Yeah. While at it now, the organizing team, Natasha Kaitesi, hurry. Where's Natasha? Run. Yeah. Kato, in that order. That's Kato. Cassius, where is he? In that order, hurry. Kato is there. He's been so much in the mobilizing. He's done well. Thank you, Kato. Cassius, faster. Yes, Amponda. Yeah. Cassius is a former guild of Uganda Matters. Amponda, yes, UCU, former guild president. Natasha, Irene, Achore, Basaka, Patience. Patience faster, yes, good. And you read. Which one? Read that.
Oh, the last certificate is going to Demiano Masesa. The next gift is going to be handed over to President Uhuru by our Vice President, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya. With profound gratitude and great humility, we stand on the shoulders of greatness for your dynamic presence at the 2025 Guild Leaders Summit in Uganda. Indeed, your wisdom and passion has ignited our theme, leadership with integrity, building foundations for good governance in Africa. As a recognized, distinctive, elegant, and intricately detailed, portrait masterpiece, skillfully crafted with precision. The board of the guild, the talented former guild leader, Brian, headed by Elon, a testament to your lasting legacy. We celebrate and thank you for being a beacon.
1 minute. The board of the guild that organized this entire function, come forward, headed by Elon.
That continues to nurture the next generation of East African leaders. We thank you, Your Excellency.
Now it is the last one. Go. And then the MC, the co-MC, come forward. Special request for the MCs to have a picture with President Uhuru. Come, Hannah, come.
Just a special request. Okay. Special request for one photo, please. GIZ, it's a special request. Special request. And once we are done. One picture, GIZ, hurry, and have it, and we are done. Then Mzee Chekire hands over the book. Yeah. Mzee Chekire hand over that book, and the ceremony is done.
That is the last ceremony. Thank you. We are now going to have the anthems in reverse order. The anthems in reverse order. Let's reorganize and stand where we are for the anthems in reverse order, starting with Makerere University. The anthems. The MDD team has vacated. Technical team, I alerted you earlier. Let's sing. We're going to sing the Uganda anthem. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. All the visiting dignitaries, His Excellency, the former President, travel safely. The Vice President and your team, thank you very much. All of you, different dignitaries, thank you all very much. Until next year, God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Travel safely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And as our distinguished guests depart, we all have lunch, so please do not leave the venue. There is lunch for you. Thank you. And the guild leaders from the East African community, Dar es Salaam, Kenya, thank you so much. It was a privilege to have you today. And next time, we believe you'll still be present. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.